audio things configured real quick. So give us just a minute or so.
All right. I'm ready.
We shouldn't be having too many problems. Let's see. It is very poggers indeed, Tyler. Thank you.
Hi, Tyler.
Let's see.
Oh, popcorn is definitely good. That has been one of my go-to study snacks for this.
The bulk 32 pack of Butter Lovers popcorn from
Sam's
Sam's Club, right? So yeah, no, I'm not gonna argue with that
To
too
be
much.
fair, I'm on campus from like 10 in the morning. Like, okay, so Friday I was on campus from 10 in the morning till like 11 o'clock at night.
Mhm.
I had class from like 10 to noon, and then I was studying pretty much the entire time since then.
Yeah, she's been going through it. So when is your MCAT again?
MCAT is April 5th at 8 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah, so it's coming up soon for her. She's got a lot going on.
Jadavian, we're not doing lo-fi here. This is Chapel Roan upbeat jazz, and you're going to like it.
Yes, we have jazz, so that's what we're gonna go for. But we're not in the business of delaying for too long, so I think
we absolutely are.
you are. I'm not.
I stall.
Are we ready to get into this?
Oh, absolutely. I'm ready
Okay.
to crush you on this.
So as you can see, we've got points at the top. The way this is going to work is we're both going to answer the question, then reveal the answer, and for each question she or I get correct, we will be adding a point to our tallies. We have 95 minutes for each of the 4 sections. There is break times included in between. We might or might not use those. We'll see how we're feeling.
Yeah, the 95 minutes is more of a formality than anything else. I don't think we're going to be able to get through this fast enough for it to be an enjoyable experience for everyone. Like, I don't think it could be entertaining and in 95 minutes because
You can't really, you're not expected to be talking during an MCAT, so.
For the cars section, I run out of time, not run out of time, but I get down to like the last 5 minutes or so on that section consistently, and that's working full tilt, full metal.
But the link to this is in the description, so if you guys would like to play along and
Yes.
take an MCAT with us,
Please play along.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but feel free.
I don't know. Maybe they wanna see if they have what it takes to be a doctor.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. So I guess without further ado, I'm gonna start this timer and we're gonna start these questions. All right? All right, timer's started.
All right. Okay. So passage 1.
I'm reading gibberish right now. Okay.
It's not that bad. See, this is okay. This is one of my weak spots. I'm going. To guess that there was a shift. Again, this was over a year ago since I learned this.
Okay, so I also guessed C, but that was because I don't know what I'm doing. Let's reveal the correct answer.
Dang it!
Correct answer was B, so that's a point for neither of us. Let's move on to question 2.
Do they have explanations? Or
No
it's
explanations.
just like free balling it?
It's just free balling it.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to look up my
You can review later.
I know. That's
Okay,
the goal.
just write down what the correct answer was, I guess.
Correct answer D.
The most reasonable major hydration product of 3,6-dimethylcyclohexone. Is that how you pronounce that?
Oxymerc, turmeric. Man, it's been a while since I've done oxymerc versus oxymerc reactions. I'm gonna guess C anyways.
Okay, I guessed B because I feel like B's kind of giving whatever that is.
Didn't they already
So,
do B?
correct answer was A.
I know that there's probably a methyl shift in here. Again, I think this is an eliminate. This might be an elimination reaction. I'm not as good with
Thank you,
those.
Kate. I appreciate that. Chat's with us, or with me, I guess. All of your studying is with you. So, all right, question 3. The structure giving 6 unique 13C NMR signals is most consistent with.
All right, go back up.
Okay.
You have to look at the structures to know what the. Oh my gosh.
See, you might. I don't.
Man, close your eyes. I want you cheating on this.
But I'm not looking at what you're writing.
I know, but I'm gonna have to count them. Okay, so we're gonna have 1, 2. Because there's no symmetry, it'd be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is like 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Gosh darn it. So was it most CNMR signals? 6 unique. Okay, hang on. I need to count 6 then. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, no, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm pretty sure it's B.
Alright, and I'm gonna say C.
Yep,
Correct
it was
answer is
B.
B. There
Okay,
you go.
so you look for the number of unique carbons. Like how far they are away from that oxygen, whether or not they give the same signal.
Okay, so next question. Which of the following statements is most true for trans 3,6-dimethylcyclohex-1E?
Okay. You're gonna have to scroll up!
Chiral? What is chiral?
Chiral.
Chiral? I think it's chiral.
What do you mean? What does chiral mean? Okay, I'm only making fun of him. For the record, if you don't know what chiral means, that's okay, unless I'm married to you, in which case you're the biggest idiot alive. Okay. So wait, it's trans. Hang on. Dimethylcyclohex-1E. Scroll down for a sec.
Do you want like 2 separate things with the question and the answers? And the question and the
Oh,
like,
this is a
thing?
different molecule. Okay, so I'm gonna have to draw this out. Okay, cyclohex 1E. So this is officially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, because normally the passage is next to the
Yeah, so like this.
questions.
This should
Yeah.
help.
Okay, so this actually doesn't help because I don't think this molecule is visible
It will help
right
for the
now.
future.
Dimethylcyclohexene, trans 3,6. So is that? Oh, how is that? I guess that's. Is it trans if it's a cyclohexene?
I think it's trans if it identifies with the gender that it wasn't assigned at birth. Generally.
I'm gonna. Well, yeah, I'm gonna say D because I don't think there's a single.
Okay.
Wait, no, hang on.
Oh, that's the one I picked. I picked D. I hope
No,
it's right.
no.
Dang it.
There's chiral. There's 2 chiral centers. Okay. Well, it looks like there's 2 chiral centers. How would the molecule be How would the molecule be achiral? I don't know. I feel like if there's chiral centers, the molecule would be chiral. I'm just gonna say A.
Just gonna say A.
Yeah.
Okay. Correct answer is A.
Woohoo!
Congratulations. So I am 4 for 4.
I wish they gave explanations for this, because I could be like, oh shit, yeah, that makes sense.
I'm sorry. This is just the one I could find that would legally allow us to stream it. Okay. The byproduct of demercuration is.
I hate that they're asking so many questions about demercuration. This was a year ago. For the record, guys, Chem Phys is probably one of my weakest subject areas, which is saying a lot because
chemistry and physics, of course it is, right?
I did Gen Chem and Physics my freshman year, and L Chem my sophomore year. So it's been at least a year since I've touched any of this section, minus my studying for the MCAT. I'm gonna say
I'm gonna say B. I like that because I also picked B. Dang it.
darn. So this is another no.
Alright.
Guys, we're getting so cooked on these.
She usually does much better than this.
I really do.
But it's also kind of like up to chance as to like what questions you're getting and stuff.
drag.
Alright, so
Drag.
how do you even pronounce this?
Peregrine.
Peregrine. Okay.
You don't know what a peregrine?
I know what it
falcon
is. I just forgot how to pronounce
Man.
it. Okay.
High species that pursues prey. 4 forces: weight, drag, lift, and thrust. Those are the 4 forces you're subject to. Am
Okay.
I right?
Hang on. I'm thinking about this one.
Hang
I'm
on.
thinking
That
about
was
this.
way funnier than you gave me credit for.
I'm sorry. I'm actually thinking about this one because like I've
Blood
taken
pumping
a high school
apart.
physics class.
At a rate of. Oh wait, free body diagram.
Well, you
Oh wait,
can answer
Q6 is a
6.
free body diagram? Shoot, I didn't even see that. I thought that was just part of the passage.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking for a minute there. Okay, I think I've got my answer.
Okay, this one's easy.
This one.
I have an easy E one. B is out because weight is not going.
Weight has to go down, right?
Yeah, weight has to go down. Lift I'm gonna assume is an upwards force, so that means A is out. And drag I think is gonna pull back, and I think thrust is gonna go forward, so I'm gonna pick C.
Okay, that was kind of the same logic I went with, and let's go. I got one. All right, so we both
Are you doing our points counter?
get a point. I am doing
Sweet.
our points. Don't worry. Okay. Blood is pumped from the heart at a rate of 5 liters per minute into the aorta of a typical radius 1.2 centimeters. The velocity of blood as it enters the aorta is most nearly. I don't like this.
Okay, well, right at, yeah, so the first thing you're gonna have to do is convert it to, centimeters per second, which means we have to convert,
But it's velocity. That's not like volume, right? Or like throughput, I guess.
Man, this is fluid dynamics. I just, again, physics is another one of my areas, because my physics class did not talk about, hydrostatics and fluid dynamics.
You guys got a calculator on this thing?
No, you don't get a calculator.
No calculator.
No
Okay.
calculator, guys.
Gotcha.
That's another fun thing about the MCAT. So we've got 5 liters per min. Here, do you want my help?
I can't divide 5 by 60.
Hang on. 5 liters per 1 minute. 1 minute equals 60 seconds.
Yeah, and I know that. I can't divide 5 by
Equals-
60.
You essentially do 1 liter every 12 seconds.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh, wow, why could I not do that? Okay. So 1 liter every 12 seconds, I mean.
That's not necessarily, the same. Oh.
I'm guessing B.
Yeah, at a certain point you do just kind of have to guess and go forward. But then that assumes that, a typical radius is, 5 liters per minute into... That seems like a lot.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was thinking. 5 liters a minute is a good amount, but...
I'm gonna guess B as well. I don't know.
Alright, B. Answer was C. Tough. Alright. Question.
It seems like I don't know this stuff. Again, they're asking about like really niche weak points.
In response to a heart attack, the normal heart rhythm is restored by a cardiac defibrillator, which transmits approximately 15 amperes of current through the chest
I can
during
do
a time
this.
interval of 7
Oh,
milliseconds.
I can do this one.
The amount of charge. What even is that unit?
Charges in coulombs.
Coulombs?
Yeah.
I've
I
never.
actually do know this one. Woohoo!
I've never seen that in my life.
I hope you guys know that I'm shielding my little scratch paper from him
She's hiding it from me,
Yeah.
like I was ever gonna beat her.
in a very petty little manner.
I'm guessing B.
Hang on.
Also, guys in the chat, if the music is like too loud or too quiet, let me know so I can adjust. Didn't get a great opportunity to listen through everything beforehand, so if there's any problems with the audio, or even if we are too loud, just let me know.
15 times 4 is 60. 120 minus 15 is like 105 times 10 to the negative 3. I think it's A, and I'm gonna feel really bad if I do not get this right. Yes!
Answer is
Because
A.
amps, the unit amp is coulombs per second, so the amount of charge that's gonna flow during 7 seconds, you just multiply amps times time.
Congratulations.
Coulombs.
All right. So now we have a full-on passage here. So
Ooh, sometimes these are easier than the other ones because you get hints.
yeah, they'll tell you stuff through it, right? Okay. So the question 1 is, when 1 mole of sodium metal reacts with 1 mole of chlorine gas to form sodium chloride, what is the heat of formation? We got a sort of like energy thing here.
Yeah, it's really weird because they have it as sodium gas
Where?
in 5. And sodium metal would be solid. Chlorine definitely could be a gas. I don't know. Maybe I'm just missing something on here. The addition of the 5 elementary equations. Okay, sodium is vapor. Oh, okay.
I'm getting the impression I just need to add all of these numbers together.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And that'll give me the answer, so that's what I'm doing. I'm actually really bad at math.
I need to make sure that equation's balanced, though.
Ah, bahumba.
What do you mean, bahumba?
What does that even mean? Equation balanced my butt.
Because you gotta make sure you have enough to do things. 1 mole of chlorine gas.
You gotta make sure you have enough to do things. I get to do whatever I want.
Because that's technically that delta H is from
No, my answer is not on the thing.
Did you just add everything up?
Yeah.
Did you do 92 plus 496 minus 349 minus 771?
I did 92 plus 496 minus 349 minus 771. I'm gonna
Did you do minus 121 plus 121?
No, because it wasn't aligned properly. Thank you.
You're not the brightest star yet.
Nope.
I say that, and
Okay. Still didn't give me a number, but maybe I can't just maybe I just can't do addition. So I'm just gonna pick the closest number to it.
yeah, I'm just at 496. That's 9. 979. Alright, we're gonna have. I got negative 411 kilojoules. What did you
I
get?
got a different number, but I think that's because I can't do math, and I still guessed the right one. So let's.
How
Go.
did you bungle that? It was just addition and subtraction.
I need it to be known how
love.
much I don't have to do addition and subtraction
love.
anymore.
This isn't even multiplication. Electron configuration. Wait, where's the periodic table? They give you a periodic table on this thing.
Oh, do you need a periodic table?
Man, of course I need a periodic table for electron configuration. What are you even asking?
This good enough?
Sure.
Okay.
I don't wanna give you a hint. I don't wanna give you a hint and get you the points. Close your eyes.
No. You can't make me. You can't make me close my eyes. There's no way you're giving me a hint on this one, though, realistically. I've got no clue what I'm doing.
I have my answer.
And I'm picking mine just based on vibes, so I have mine as well. Ready?
What are they? Okay, are they saying chloride or the
It says
chloride. Chloride. Okay. I have mine, and chloride. It's not chlorine. So it should be B.
Okay.
The correct answer to this should be B.
Correct.
Yes! It has a bonus electron.
I picked D and I was wrong.
Why would you pick D? You add up the little boxes. This is 1s, this is 2s, this is
know that.
2p.
I didn't know
this
that.
This was high school. This was high school
I did not do this
chemistry.
in high school. And if I did,
3s,
it's been
3p5.
It's been at least 6 years since I took chem in
Chlorine
high
at
school.
3p5, but it gains an extra electron when it becomes a chloride ion. So that gives it the electron configuration of argon, which would give it 3p6.
I trust that.
It's a good thing you're handsome. You're a trophy husband for real.
I'm good at things, just not this.
You're good at being very, very sweet.
Thank you.
Okay, lattice energy is so much greater than that of sodium chloride.
I think I know what I'm going for here.
Hang on. Here we go. Lattice energy is a measure of attractive force between ions. Higher the lattice energy, stronger the attractions, and a higher melting solid. Lattice energy is dependent on the charge and on size. Size is constant. Increasing charge increases lattice energy. I'm gonna say D.
Okay, I picked B. And
Oh, you were right.
Wait, whoa!
You were right.
Whoa, this is crazy. That's crazy. I picked that because I thought it was the funnest one. Okay. Okay, it represents the lattice energy of sodium chloride. Okay.
That's me opening a beer to cope, guys. I'm kidding. It's a strawberry peach LaCroix.
Mm-hmm. The lattice energy of sodium chloride?
Addition gives the sum information. Okay, most of the times you just gotta read the passage. Solid sodium chloride, each positive ion. 6 positive ions in a cubic lattice array. Attractive forces between the ions.
I'm making my answer.
Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna look at periodic table.
Oh, periodic table again? There you go.
Okay, I think I have my answer as well. Hang on, let me go back and look at the options.
Options are right over here.
Oh, you're right. Well, I needed to look at this table.
Oh,
I'm
sure,
hoping
sure,
it'll
sure.
help me. This is so much different than my AMC practice test. Not in a bad way, it's just really different.
Hopefully it's still helpful review, though.
Very helpful. I'm gonna say positive 77, 1.
So you're guessing A?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Woohoo!
I also guessed A.
Why?
Well, I guessed A. You
Mine was
deduced
looking at the
A.
table because in the column lithium and potassium sandwich sodium, so sodium chloride would probably be in the center between 701 and 834.
And see, that makes sense. I was like, last time it was negative 411, and so it would make sense if this time it was positive 771, because these two are just in there to like sort of throw you off the scent, right? Okay, which Lewis dot structure best represents the sodium ion? I got an answer.
I do too, I think it's C.
I also think it's C. Let's go.
Woohoo!
I've seen Na plus like around.
Yeah, Na plus is like...
Okay.
really-
The reaction of chlorine gas with sodium metal also produces light. How is the light produced? I've got my answer.
Yeah, I'm kind of guessing on this one. I think it's A, maybe.
Okay, I was saying C. Okay, it was A.
Because
Congratulations.
light is energy.
That makes sense, right? But I was like, I thought electrons gave off heat or something like that. But yeah,
No,
anyway.
but see, the delta H enthalpy of the reaction is positive.
Okay.
And there's like 3 reactions where it's positive. So that means they're absorbing heat.
Sure.
And then it's released as light.
Sure. I trust that. Good work, soldier. So let me... I lost track of my windows, I'm sorry, y'all. There we go. Okay. So,
Cute.
passage 3 now. This one feels targeted because I'm nearsighted. So they're
How many
clearly...
fingers am I holding up?
You're holding up? I'm nearsighted. You're
How
right
many
next
fingers
to
am
me.
I holding up, hon?
She flipped me off, guys. She's so mean.
I would never do that.
Okay.
Converging one scenario will not produce an image. Oh! Ooh, interesting. I actually do know some stuff about ones.
So the only thing that's changing here is object distance. Okay, I think I know this one. There's only one of these that makes sense. I think.
I'm trying to think. So we've got one. Here we have this one. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, I'm windowing. You'll be fine, don't worry. I'm worried about how much, like, writing she's doing to answer this question, because I thought I just saw the data and, like, was like, okay, cool, this one's really easy.
Well, I'm mainly confirming it to myself. So the image is going to be negative f focal lengths. I don't think that's good. I think that means that, it's gonna be over here. What would that one make sense? Let me do one of the ones where I'm pretty sure it would emerge.
She's doing some, like, mad writing over here. It's kind of freaking me out.
Oh wait, is this literally it?
I want to look at this answer so bad. So bad.
I feel like I'm guessing, I'm just gonna stop. I'm guessing it's 3.
You're guessing it's 3? Okay. Shoot, you're right. Dang.
Yes! Finland's equation, baby! 1 over f equals 1 over I plus 1 over O. It's the distance of the image versus the distance of the object. And so if you have an object that's f distance away, you get, like, your 1 over your image distance equals 1 over f minus 1 over f, which is 0.
See, I thought it was just like, oh, how are you gonna focus if object distance farther than focal or shorter than focal length? Because all three of these, object distance greater than equal
You just
to
get a
focal
negative focal length.
Okay, well, I don't like that. All right, next question. Which
Not
converging
negative focal length, negative image distance. Sorry.
which converging lens scenario will produce an image virtual and upright? I'm using the same flawed logic to answer this question, and Clarion gets right this time.
Okay.
I too am having an apple.
Okay, cute. So it looks like this magnification is 2 times, and because it's negative, I feel like it's a virtual image. I don't think it's a real image. I think it's 4.
Dang it.
Woohoo!
You were right.
Well, okay, 4 is the only one that's, like, between the focal length and the lens. It's process of elimination. You know, one of them doesn't produce an image, and the other ones are in the same boat.
Look, see, that's like the thing I had last time, and it didn't work. Oopsie. Okay, image distance for lens scenario 2 is...
Do you want me to actually cheat you this? So you can
No,
get it right?
I do not.
Lens scenario 2. I think it's C, 2F.
2FC. I put D, so let's see. I was C, good job.
Again, this is just thin lens equation, hun.
I don't know what that is.
I tried to tell you.
I didn't want to know.
The magnification of the image indicates that with respect to the object... Okay. Interesting. Within lens scenarioing again. Minus 1 over 3F.
It was a fire apple, honestly.
No, those apples are so good. If you got new apples today, go crazy.
These are not the new apples. These are the old apples.
Where'd you get them?
The refrigerator.
The store? The Walmart? You went by Walmart?
These are the Walmart ones, but I didn't. These are the old ones. I hadn't opened the new ones yet.
Oh, well, these are really good. These are the best by far out of that old set.
I'm glad.
M equals negative I over O equals negative 3 over 2 divided by 3 is negative 1 over 2. So I think that's reduced by 2 if I'm not mistaken.
Reduced by 2, so
If
you
I'm
say
not
A.
mistaken.
It was A. Congratulations.
Guys, I told you I was not bad at this.
No, I knew you weren't. Okay.
Oh, I'm mogging you right now.
Yeah, you are. I've got 5 points right now. Okay. The focal length is related to the object distance and the image distance according. Is this just the formula you were using?
No. I guess it's a mutation of it. This is the equation I was using.
1 over f equals 1 over I plus... Is that 6?
Oh.
Okay.
1 over image distance plus 1 over object distance. So, we're gonna be doing some, quick maths, it would appear.
Some algebra.
Yep. So we've got 1 equals f
I'm gonna steal that formula and try and do it now.
over I plus F over O. I think.
I'm so cooked.
I'm not good at algebra, so I think I have it.
Okay.
Object distance times image
Hang on.
distance.
Don't tell me yet. I'm gonna give it. I still need to make my guess on this one. I'm actually gonna take longer.
Again, I think this works if my algebra is correct.
I'm gonna say C.
I'm saying A.
Tough. Okay. Good.
That
Good work.
sucks.
Good work.
Corny.
Sorry. Okay. So we got a new sort of set of questions, I think.
Fisher projection. I barely know her. Oh.
Okay. This describes the boxed module. Okay.
Hang on. Dang, Fisher projections were not my strong suit, and this is not how. To draw. I was always taught that they're coming towards you. I guess they are if you look at it like that. So here we have I'm looking at this methyl straight. VR on that side, H on this side, and we've got a VR on the other side, H on that side. If I'm looking at it from the other way, it's gonna be the same thing. I have a VR on the right, H on the left, so that means C.
C?
Is my guess.
Okay, I guess C also. Let's go, let's go.
Sometimes it's just, can you look at a picture and say what it is, but I overthink.
I was between C and B for sure. Okay.
You just gotta flatten it if you're looking at it from the top.
Okay, for the following reaction, the most reasonable starting material is...
Potassium chromate and sulfuric acid in one. Oh, and then I have the nucleophile.
Well, I don't know what any of this means, so... I'm making a guess. Boom.
Okay, hang on just 1 second here. So this is a carbon, but it's got double bond to oxygen. Probably it's got an entire okay. Oh, is this just
There's a lot of O's.
It's just
on
can
these
you
guys.
count carbons?
Is it?
It's just can you count carbons? Okay. So our starting material is probably, because we get this methyl group from that nitrogen, I'm pretty sure. We're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4 starting carbons, I think, with an alcohol attached, and if we twist that molecule around. I think it's D. I don't think it's gonna be a wedge.
D?
I think it's a dash. Yeah, that phenyl. Yep.
All right.
That phenyl group isn't reacted.
Good work. I guessed B because
it's
I
just in a
thought the
different
little
orientation.
black pH would really like having a little friend gray pH to hang out with, so that was my guess.
No, this is the same guy. It's
Oh.
the same little guy. It's supposed to orient you.
All right. Well, okay. For the following reaction, the most likely product is an
Tert butoxide. Tert butoxide, and is that an aprotic solvent? Is that an aprotic solvent? I don't know if it's an aprotic solvent or not, but I do know that that is tert butoxide on a secondary alkyl halide. I feel like I'm pretty sure it's gonna be an alkene.
I made my guess already, so feel free to say what you're wanting to say.
Know if it's gonna have optical activity. Man, I was so excited because I know tert butoxide. I know this is an E2 reaction. It's got a strong, bulky base, and it's got a really favorable thing. I think it's E2 anyway. I'm really sorry if I'm...
You're saying it's D?
So...
Okay. It is D. Congratulations. I guess C. So, no point for me. Alright. Then we have a new passage, so let's get this back to windowed mode. Get the passage on the left and the questions on the right. Which of the following best represents the reaction of calcium with water? I don't... Man, this so doesn't mean anything to me.
It's a redox reaction.
Redox reaction, she says, like that means something. I've got a guess.
So calcium... Sorry, calcium...
Calcium? Daffy Duck?
I'm gonna punch your nipples.
Please don't do that, actually.
Anyways, calcium is oxidized. It's a better reducing agent, so that means calcium is oxidized. Well, how are you gonna reduce water?
I'm not sure. I just kind of got good vibes from C, you know?
I guess. Oh, okay. I kind of understand that now. It is reduced. So calcium. Because if you look at H2O, H2 has like the +2 and oxygen has the -2. But if it's just an H2 gas, it has 0. So that takes its oxidation state and reduces it. Versus when calcium combines with it's just kind of 0 right now, but when it combines with CaOH, it's got +1, -2, so calcium has to be +1. Its oxidation state goes up, so it's oxidized. So I'm pretty sure what we see is oh, okay, so it's not even, oh my gosh, why was I worried that much about it? Probably in its aqueous form. Oh man, you have to make sure the equation's balanced too. Okay,
Oh, they gave you some that weren't?
no, okay, they're all balanced. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it could be D because it's still ionic, right?
Okay. Saying D?
Yeah.
Oh!
Ooh.
I got it! I got it! I
Good
got it and
job.
she didn't. Let's go! Not that I'm preying on your downfall.
I
or
am so
anything.
proud of you.
But I think so. Right now, I'm like up to odds. So right now, I am doing exactly as well as I do if I was just guessing, which is what I'm doing. So I think that's beautiful. Which of the following is the first metal in the activity series that does not react with water? Okay, I've got my answer, I guess.
Actually, increases going down the column, decreases left to right across the row. So they're more reactive going up. Okay. I feel like aluminum is the highest up, and it's aluminum is the highest up in the column, and it's the furthest right. So I'm gonna say aluminum.
Okay, I'm saying ZN because I just looked at this
Same.
list thing and I went from like CU, which says no reaction, all the way to whatever the first thing was. Tough. We were both wrong.
Ooh. Wait, how is that true? Because magnesium is in the same, Oh, but magnesium isn't a main group metal. I think it's an alkali metal. It's an alkali earth metal.
Okay. All right, moving on then. Where would cobalt be expected to fall in the activity? Is this not cobalt? CO?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think these aren't questions that the AAMC would ask you. They're giving a lot less information than I normally get on these.
well, we're doing our best for the content.
I hope this is entertaining.
Even if it's not, it's such a bit.
I hope we don't look dumb.
You can't help it, honestly.
I will hurt you.
Yeah. Okay.
More reactive, lower, less reactive. Okay. Iron is not in the activity.
It's right here.
Oh wait, is it? Ah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make it to where they can see where my mouse is pointing real quick, just for a little bit of, so they know where we're like looking.
I would say between iron and copper. Okay. That was an answer choice this whole time? Man.
There you go. Okay.
Man.
I actually didn't make a guess yet. But I was probably gonna say D, I think. Okay, yeah, you got it. Congratulations. Okay. Which of the following statements is not true? Man, these are some words, alright. Too bad I ain't reading them. I'm glad to hear it, Cade. Glad you're vibing.
So, chromium will react with dilute hydrochloric acid. Calcium will displace aluminum from aluminum nitrate.
I feel like tin and nickel are kind of homies, so I don't think it would do that, you know?
Okay, so here's where we have to see, like, I'm gonna have to weigh all these out. For some reason, the fact that it's in a different, like, UI, I think is really, like, messing with my rapidity, like my speed mojo on this.
Is that the UI you're gonna get to use during the actual test?
The one that I've been doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
that's good.
They've made it as real to AAMC as possible, which is awesome.
That's very good.
But it takes my brain so much longer, I guess, to decipher this. Okay, so I'll just do it directionally because there can be only one right answer. Nickel, silver. So we have nickel and silver, which is here. Chromium does react, so that's out. And we have calcium displacing aluminum, so that's that way. Tin and nickel is the only one that, like, goes in that reverse direction, so I think you're right with D.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Tin and nickel are homies. Yeah.
And I could have written out the equations and stuff, I just didn't feel like it, but yeah.
And you got
if you
the right
just look
answer
at the
anyway.
directions in relation to each other on that thing, you can kind of get some of
I'm
these right.
so excited for this section to be over.
I don't like this one very much either.
I know the least about this by far, because, like, at least I took a bio class in college, but I have not touched chemistry or physics since high school. Okay, electron configuration of chromium.
Chromium or chromium ion?
It says chromium. I don't know. Where's chromium on this thing?
You don't know where chromium is?
I don't know where anything is
Oh,
except
this
helium
is
and
fun.
hydrogen.
Tell me what it is. Tell me what it is.
Uh,
Come on. I'll see if you can get it before I do. So we're at... And we've got...
Alright, I've got my guess.
I know... Oh, hang on. Yeah, this one's gonna be, They were really tricky with this one with the noble gas. Make sure you picked the correct noble gas.
I assume it was argon, not neon.
Correct. Good. Which one did you pick?
D.
It is B.
Ooh, tough.
Dude, okay, here. Let me visualize it
It is
for
B.
you. So the 3D orbital can hold 10 electrons. That's 2 going up and 2 going down per slot, right?
Okay.
So all of them want the seats on the bus full, but if you look at it, chromium, if you just draw it out, only has 4 seats filled. But this 3D orbital is further in and closer to the nucleus. 3D is closer than 4s, because 4s is on the outside, right?
Okay.
So what it does is it pops for someone from, like, the cheap seat in 4s, and it puts it closer to that 3D orbital. So it fills it up, but it pops one off the 4s. Man, I wish you guys could see me drawing this out. I feel like that would
I feel like that would improve the experience, I just don't know how I'd make that work.
Which of the following metals is diamagnetic?
Diamagnetic.
Um,
Well, what does diamagnetic mean?
Good question.
I'm gonna assume it's like
Once I hear it,
kind of magnetic. I'm gonna say it's not aluminum. I'm gonna say it's I'm siding with Sia here, and I'm picking titanium.
I'm gonna pick copper. Oh wait, Does this mean that it gives up 2 electrons?
Wait, no, I'm picking copper. I'm
Why?
picking copper because the lightning rod in Minecraft is made of copper, and somehow I think that has something
I
to
feel
do
like
with
copper
this.
and iron are like magnetism is related to like electrons and stuff, so I think copper might be
Okay,
yeah.
copper. Yeah,
Correct.
let's go.
Really
glad I
quick, I'm
changed
looking
my
up what
answer.
diamagnetic means, just
Yes,
so I know
please
what
look
it
up what
says.
diamagnetic means. I'm genuinely curious.
Diamagnetic. Property of metals, materials. Oh, so diamagnets are repelled by a magnetic field.
Interesting.
I don't think they asked us what metals were diamagnetic. Paramagnetic are weakly attracted to them. Stemming from the presence of unpaired electrons in their atoms. I'll have to look into that a little more later.
Gotcha. Okay, I have a cleaner table here.
You're so handsome
Okay.
for that.
Thank you. Iodine 131, a radioisotope typically employed in the diagnosis of thyroid disorders, has a mass number A of 131 and an atomic number Z of 53. The number of neutrons is this literally just as simple as it sounds?
It might be, it might not be. I don't know what you mean by that.
It's 53. Wait, no, is it? Oh no, it's math. It's math. It's math.
No, it could be 53. If you think it's 53, then it's 53.
Wait. No, because the atomic number is the number of protons. And so...
I mean, yeah, but like, it's iodine 131. It could have 131 protons.
I somehow don't think it does if it's 53 on the periodic table. So I'm saying it's B, 78.
It is B78.
Let's go!
I was
Let's
just
go!
messing with you.
Hey, and I cut through your junk. I
Look,
got it.
and
I got it.
I'm proud of you. I love misleading you deliberately.
Thank you. 10 milliliters of blood is drawn for routine testing, assuming the density of human blood is 1.06 grams per cubic centimeter?
Yeah.
Okay. The weight of the blood sample is...
Oof.
No friggin' clue.
Okay. Well, what is... I'll give you a little hint. Well,
I'm gonna say it's B.
Do you want a hint since you're totally lost?
I'm saying it's B.
Well, a gram per cubic centimeter is the same thing as a milliliter. You know that, right?
Nope.
So, you have like essentially 10.6 grams.
I'm glad your writing is going well, Jadavian. Hopefully we're good background noise for your essay. And yes, the Minecraft logic, very good, Kate.
I'm so proud of you, Jadavian. You're doing great. 10.6 times 10 to the negative 3 equals like 10 to the negative 2 kilograms times 10 for gravity. It's like 0.1 newtons. I think it's 0.1 newtons.
Sorry, 0.1 newtons, okay.
Well, that's my
Let's see.
final answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy boy!
Don't do that so loud in my ear.
Yeah!
Please don't do that so loud in my ear.
I'm not even that close to you.
That was quite loud. Okay.
SN2 reactions!
Just let me scroll over here on our split screen. Okay.
Okay. Methoxide, methylphthalate, I think I have my answer.
Okay.
I think it's more. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say C.
I'm thinking it's more nucleophilic and more basic because I know it's a strong base and a strong nucleophile.
Ooh!
Oh, you got it!
Ooh! Yeah, that's right. Eat
You're
pant.
so handsome.
Eat pant.
I was so eating pant.
Okay. In comparing chloride and iodide, the chloride is... I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying C again.
I think you're right. I think it's a poorer leaving group because iodide is more stable on its own.
So hit yes.
Yeah.
Ooh. So you were right about it being a poorer leaving group.
Well, I figured it would be less reactive because iodide is more stable on its own.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Interesting.
The fastest SN2 reaction would occur between... I don't know, dog.
Well, hang on. So we established up here that methylphthalate is the better nucleophile. That's the hint that I'm giving you.
That means absolutely nothing to me. I'm gonna say
Here.
D.
Methylphthalate.
No, wait, C. I'm gonna say C.
Methylphthalate's the better leaving. Oh, actually,
Oh, cool. I was right.
Yeah.
Sick. Were you
yeah.
gonna say that too?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
iodine is the better
Ball.
leaving.
Baller. Okay. That's kind of what I was thinking, right? And it's like chloride is the poor leaving group, so it would make sense if it was with the iod and not the chloro, right? Okay. If temperature is increased... I gotta read the thing to know this one. Hang on.
I actually don't know if you do. This one might.
Is it not in here? Is this just a knowledge question?
It might be.
Okay.
I know temperature increases E2, and I don't think it helps SN2. I think it might just
I'm
increase
saying
the rate
they're
of
both
E2.
gonna increase.
You could be right.
And you're saying it just does... You're saying A? You're saying A, I'm saying C?
I think so because I think it might disrupt the acidity. Ooh!
Woo! I'm on fire, guys. I'm feeling good. Okay, maybe I should take the MCAT.
You really should.
I do not.
Please take it from me, actually.
Never. You are still whomping me by like over 10 points. Okay, which of the following solvents would provide for the fastest SN2 reaction?
I know this one.
Okay, I'm gonna make a guess. I'm saying A. What does your say?
It's B, I think. DMSO. Because it's a polar
Correct.
protic solvent.
My streak is over, and
You can't
Ray is
use
back to
use a protic solvent for an SN2 reaction. It'll
I'm
disrupt the
so
nuclear
sorry.
file.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Did they use the number 5 up here and then the Roman numeral 6 down here? Shame.
They
For shame.
did.
Okay. Alright. For Atwood's typical machine setup, the free body diagram of the side with M1 is... Okay. So we got a little pulley thing where someone talk with their jaw and then it pull block.
I think to help them not, it's to hold their jaw in place, I think, while they're healing.
Okay, maybe so. Oh wait, which is the side with M1? Okay. Sorry, there was more to this that we couldn't see. Apologies.
I feel like B, it's tension, it's not normal force.
Okay. I'm gonna say it's I'm gonna say it's B also. It feels right to me. Sick.
Ooh. Not the sec.
Okay.
I hate it here.
Alright.
I'm gonna have to...
For acceleration.
Man.
I mean, like...
No, I'm gonna have to get my little calculator. I'm trying to get my Apple here.
Oh, you can't use a calculator.
No, I'm trying to get my little piece of paper to write on. I can't use a calculator.
You can use like an actual piece of paper. I have plenty.
I know, but I'm trying to eat my apple.
Why don't you use your left hand to eat your apple and your right hand to write?
It's not my apple eating hand.
Here, pencil. There you go. That way you don't have to get your tablet yucky. Okay. So I'm so not doing math. And I'm so feeling D. Thank you, Kate. I appreciate that.
You might not be wrong. Again, this one's just a matter of doing algebra. Okay. Oh! I have an idea.
Okay. For once.
Shut up!
Haha.
You're so corny.
Yeah.
Okay, so F equals MA, but like the net force, is gonna, depend on, yeah, I think it's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be C, where it's gonna depend on like
Alright, reveal.
both of them, yeah.
Ooh.
Darn.
A. Yikes. Okay.
I decided not to actually write it out, and I regret
I said
it.
D. Okay, so 38. A trial is conducted using Atwood's machine with M1 equals 140 and M2 equals 160. The tension in the string is approximately... I'm saying B.
Okay, so we got,
He's doing a whole lot of math on that tablet, guys.
guys, I'm really trying to get the right answer here. 1.4 times 10 to the negative 1. I feel like it's just getting pulled on by both, so I'm just gonna try and add this up and hopefully get the...
Okay.
That's 3 times 10 to the negative 1 times 10. That's about an answer. I guess maybe average it out as in C because the tension is like split by that.
C?
Yeah.
Correct. I was incorrect.
That's like exactly half of
Mm-hmm.
the weight.
Alright, students applied masses to the Atwood's machine setup such that M1 equals 80 grams and M2 equals 220 grams. The acceleration in the system is... Can I get, like, the formula from up here and just, like, yoink that? I know, like, you can't do that on the actual test, but I know
yeah,
it.
you can. Well, you don't know if
You don't know if you're right or not. But, like, I'm going...
But I have done that before for ones where I know that I'm right.
Okay, alright, sure. So justified.
Yeah. That's... $160... No, 220. My bad, I was looking at the wrong ones.
You know, this ain't giving the answer I was wanting it to give.
Yeah, I need to convert this to kilograms.
Oh, she's converted to kilograms.
You have to do that. You know that, right? You have to convert it to kilograms.
Clearly I didn't know that.
It's in meters per second squared. The standard unit for force is kilograms.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
You're so queen, I love you. To the negative 2. You know what, I'll do it in grams and then I'll convert it. How about that?
Yippee. I like grams.
I do too. So wait, did you use that formula and you didn't get the right answer? Wait, hang on, you did that last time. I can't trust that.
Yeah, just don't trust I did it correctly.
Okay, I won't then. That's 140 over, hang on, 140 over 300 is about, 0.5 kilo, that's about 0.5, times, what is it? 10 for gravity. It'd be 4.6, right?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, good job.
Did you multiply it by, what did you do wrong?
I don't know. I don't know, but I definitely did not get it right. Okay, so you are now officially double my points. So congratulations.
I guess you are doing half bad now.
I guess yeah. Okay.
All
In an
right.
experimental trial in which the students used masses M1 equals 110 and M2 equals 190, the students determined the tension in the string to be...
I think this is literally just the same thing we did a little bit ago, isn't it?
Is it?
I think so.
Yeah, seems like it.
It's like 1...
So I am like mad about to ballpark this answer right now based on that. Alright. Cool. I have my guess.
Whoa, hang on. I think it's, gonna be like 1.4 again, maybe? Or am I up? Or am I just doing this totally wrong?
I don't know. You want to see?
Yeah.
All right. It was. Congratulations. All right. I did not get it right. I guessed D. All right. An assumption of the calculation for the acceleration of the system of masses in Atwood's machine is that the pulley is frictionless. If one uses a pulley with friction, the expression for the acceleration of the system now becomes...
Okay. Hang on.
I'm just gonna say it's A.
I kind of want to do that too because I don't want to like waste a bunch of time.
Yeah, time's running pretty
They
low.
do not ask. Well, they do not ask questions like this generally, or at least not this many back to back like that.
I am sorry. This is the best thing I could find, I think.
No,
but I
you
also
were doing-
don't know what I was looking for, so.
You were doing great. Don't worry. So F equals LA. So wait, we've got FG pulling down, FT pulling up.
Wait, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm saying A. We're actually not doing bad on the time at all. Like, we're only a little bit behind.
Really?
Yeah. We've still got
Interesting. Maybe I'm just
26 minutes left.
maybe I'm just used
And
to being...
we're well over halfway through the section, so. Doing pretty good. Right?
Mm-hmm. So F friction is gonna counter. So
She's in deep thought right now.
guys, this is just not the kinetics that I don't think I've had to do pretty much any pulley problems throughout my like AAMC studying, and I've done like so many full lengths and practice problems. This is like hitting me in a weak point. So we're gonna go back. A equals m1 minus m2 minus m1 over
M1 plus M2. Is it not literally just subtracting the friction from, like, the thing?
But then
On top? Because if you subtract it from bottom, that would imply it would go faster. And then if it was just that on top, well, where'd the rest of the stuff go? And then that
you're right.
B isn't representative of anything from the original equation, right? So it kind of has to be A, I think.
I think so, because they flipped it and they flipped 1 and 2 in the bottom.
Yeah, so are we okay?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go. Okay. My logic got me through that one flawlessly, yeah. Because, like, knowing the first one helped out a ton with that. Okay.
Acceleration versus mass difference, frictional force from the,
Acceleration versus mass difference. Be the x variable, right?
I want to say y-intercept, because again, mass difference, acceleration is y, mass difference is x.
That
I think,
I'm still
acceleration
picking
would
A,
be,
just to be honest, though.
I'm gonna pick, I think
With
y,
what I would have said if you didn't say anything. Okay, so y variable or y intercept?
intercept,
Correct. Good job.
because it's constant.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now, for passage 7, let me get that pulled
Oh,
up.
thank goodness, I'm so sick of pulleys.
Okay, there you go. Oh, you talked to me a lot about this, and I don't remember any of it.
Oh my gosh!
In the
You're
interest
so
of
mean.
honesty, I don't remember any
We were
of
talking
this.
about this in Cozumel.
Uh-huh.
No.
Ketones are not oxidized to carboxylic acid. Carboxylic under Jones conditions because... I'm saying B.
Secondary alcohols to ketones. I think I'm gonna say B2 because the chromate ester. Oh.
Tough.
Not decomposed by proton loss. I didn't think I didn't think ketones could form carboxylic acids, if you just have, like, the potassium dichromate to it.
Mm-hmm. Well.
That just makes them you can do it a ketone, but, I don't think you could do it further. Now, if it's a primary alcohol, you can.
Alright, well.
PCC
is selective for the production of aldehydes or primary alcohols because
I think I'm gonna say it prevents over-oxidation.
that's what I was thinking also. Okay.
Because it's not a strong oxidizer. Oh.
Oof. Okay, so...
Man, this is harder than stuff I normally do, but it's good.
I mean, hopefully, do you know why? Is this true?
I don't know if it's true or not, honestly. This is just, like, it is to a greater depth than the stuff I've been studying. I know that PCC is a weak oxidizer, because if you use a strong oxidizer, it'll go straight to that, carboxylic acid.
Mm-hmm. So...
I'll put it back.
Let's see.
Jones oxidation of heptane 6-diol. I'm also not reading the passage, and I normally would. I'm trying to, like, blitz it pretty quick.
Right. For the content. Okay. You know, I feel like it would be giving me some hugs and kisses right about now. And so I'm going C.
Most likely product of this reaction would be, okay, we've got, does not stop at the aldehyde stage. Carbonyl compound, equilibrium with their hydrate. I'm gonna go with that because I see primary alcohol.
With C?
Becoming an aldehyde.
Ooh, man.
So acid.
This section's tough. Is this...
I hope I do better on biochem, yeah.
the same question?
Oxoaldehyde.
No, this says PCC, not
PCC,
Jones
okay,
oxidase.
yeah, it's gonna be an aldehyde. Because PCC is a gentle one, and it's a primary alcohol.
So, C on this one.
I think so.
Let's go.
Yes!
Ball out.
Ugh. Jones oxidation is stronger. I
Okay.
totally blanked that. It would have gone all the way to the carboxylic acid.
Okay. A tertiary alcohol is treated with the Jones reagent, and the reaction mixture is worked up and purified. The most likely compound is I'm gonna say...
Dog, you're getting an alcohol. I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna say carboxylic acid, because I feel like it...
No, how are you gonna get a carboxylic acid from a tertiary alcohol?
I don't know, let's see. Okay, yeah. Justified,
Only primary alcohols can become carboxylic acids.
Yep. Okay.
I do remember that. It's one of the few things I remember.
Alright, passage 8. The best term for describing the difference between... Is that alpha?
Yeah, alpha D-glucose and beta D-glucose is...
Well, which one of them is on Reddit too often?
I'm going to hurt you.
Okay, Okay. I don't know what these mean.
Okay, you know what an enantiomer is? Think your right
Ain't that
hand...
the animal that eats ants?
No. You think about like your right hand and your left hand. They're mirror images, but they're not superimposable.
Okay, so
right?
Are these mirror images, but not super... They don't look like it.
Well, they look really similar, but again, there's only one thing different.
But they're different. But they're...
So, that's like if you look at my left hand... Hang on, look at my hands.
But they're not hands.
1 second, they are.
No.
I'm giving you an analogy. So, this is the difference. It's a spot the difference. There's only one stereo center that's different, right?
Yeah.
That's if you took my fingers and my thumb was just on this side. That doesn't make this my right hand, because my pinky is here, my other fingers are all here, right? My right hand is like this order. But even though my thumb is over here, they're not the same. So think about it like if I just switched my thumbs between the hands. It's not the same. So I'm pretty sure, I want to say it's a diastereomer or a regioisomer, but I'm going to go with diastereomer. They were so close to just
calling them disasteromers. Like, why didn't they do that?
I'm
Okay,
gonna go
that's kind of what I was
diastereomer.
thinking also.
It's
because
not
I
an
thought
enantiomer.
it said disaster. Oh yeah, let's go. Okay, sick. Okay. Aside from the multiple alcohols, the functional group
Ayo!
found in both alpha D glucose and beta D glucose is a.
I'm gonna see if you can guess this one on your own.
I thought this said animal.
No, honey.
To be fair, it says aminal.
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 Not. It's like aminal.
It's like that Maroon 5 song, like aminals, right? Okay. Thank you.
You
for
do the
Alvin.
noise a lot better than I do.
Woo! Yeah, there we go.
Man.
Okay. I had to howl.
Why am I
Is what it
here?
is. I don't know if that came through the mic or not. I hope it did.
I think I have the answer.
I don't know. I'm saying A.
I'm saying D because this does not look like a hemiacetal in my opinion.
Okay.
Oh, you were
Ooh!
right.
Oh, let's
Shoot.
go. Let's go. Let's go.
It
Let's
is a
go. I'm
hemiacetal.
above half your score. Okay.
I thought it was
Aside
an
from the
ester.
multiple alcohols,
No, it's an ether, man.
the functional group found in the ring open intermediate is a. I'm saying A.
If this is glucose, I'm pretty sure it's an aldehyde if it's a glucose, right?
Alright, well, I'm saying it's ketone. Tough. Okay.
You don't know the glucose? It has an aldehyde at one end.
Baby, I don't know any of this.
I wish it didn't.
Okay.
What did he say? I wish it didn't.
Oh, the howl. The howl came through, I think.
Oh,
Let's
very
go.
good,
Let's
very
go.
good.
Thank you. Okay.
Um,
Alpha D glucose and beta D glucose are best described as hexoses. And... I mean,
What are
They
they?
won't be pentoses because there's. Or no, wait. Is that referring to the number of carbons there are?
Yeah.
And so there's 5 carbons, right? Because the oxygen, because each carbon is like one of the bends in the chain, right? But does that count? No, that wouldn't do it. I think they're pentoses, and I think they're furanoses. I'm saying B.
You're wrong. They're hexoses and furanoses.
Oh, that's
Wait.
so tough.
Yeah, furanos is 5-membered ring. So this is a 6-membered ring, and they're hexoses because this is a carbon.
See, I thought it was just.
It is a carbon.
Dang. Okay, so I
It's a hexose.
considered it.
Glucose is a hexose. It will never be a pentose.
Do not get that close to my ear, please.
I'm
It
sorry.
hurt.
I
It
love
hurt to
you.
the ear.
I love you, and I
Is this
hate
the one
not
you
being
said?
far from you. Yes,
Okay.
hexose and puranos.
Congratulations. All right. The best rationale for the impact of the anomeric effect on the equilibrium of alpha D glucose and beta D glucose is.
I'm gonna say that it stabilizes.
I'm saying it
both
stabilizes
of them.
both as well. That's kind of how I'm feeling, you know.
Because I don't know. I don't know why they're anomers. I just know that they are anomers.
Okay. Ooh, yikes. Neither of us got it right. Okay. So,
So I wonder why alpha D. Oh, I guess maybe because there's more in the dash direction versus the forward. Maybe. Oh. Okay, it is closer. Wait, hang on. I'd have to look at that on a chair diagram. I'll do that later.
okay. So, on to passage 9. Let me get that pulled up over here.
This is why the explanations help a lot.
Yeah. Look, we gotta do what we gotta do.
No, you're doing great.
AAMC specifically said in their terms and conditions I am not allowed to perform the MCAT, so here we are. What is the expected insoluble product when a solution of silver nitrate reacts with a solution of sodium chloride at room temperature?
Okay, we got silver nitrate. If you raise the temp, see that solubility goes up.
I'm saying C.
At room temperature. Oh, there's more to this chart.
Oh, is there? So sorry.
We got silver chloride, a solution of sodium chloride. Sodium and the nitrate dissolve. The silver and the nitrate are dissolving. Yeah, it's still gonna be silver chloride. Silver chloride is the one that can't dissolve in this. Silver nitrate dissolves. Sodium chloride dissolves. Sodium nitrate dissolves. It's still silver chloride because look.
So, my answer's correct?
Yeah,
You
well,
think?
if it's silver chloride.
Yeah, I said silver chloride.
Yeah, because look, silver chloride has crap solubility at room temp. If you boil it, it gets slightly better. Still
Oh wow,
not
that
great.
is really low. Okay, yeah, okay. Boom.
Boom!
Boom. Okay. Next question. Student prepares a saturated solution of sodium chloride at 100 degrees Celsius, and they make 250 milliliters of the solution, and then it cools to 0 degrees Celsius. How many grams of NaCl will precipitate out when the solution is cooled to 0 degrees Celsius?
Okay,
So is this just, this is math, right?
It is
I gotta
just
do a little math? Okay. So it's like 35.7 times 2.5, right? Basically? I'm wanting to say, yeah, so that's like 70 plus like half. It's like 82. That's not that's not an option.
Yeah, it's because it's not the right thing to do. I just was gonna let you go for it, just to experiment.
Oh wait, no, hang on. It has like 100 degrees as well, because they heated it to 100.
I have my answer.
I'm saying it's B.
It's C.
Man.
So you had, look, hey, here's the solubility. This is how much dissolves per 100 milliliters of water at boiling, and then they drop it down to this temperature, right? This is how much will be dissolved at the end. So this 3.4 is how much will be left precipitated per 100 milliliters, and then you have to multiply that by 250.
So it's the difference.
Yeah,
Okay.
You gotta subtract and multiply by 250, because see, 3.4 is an answer, but it's the wrong answer.
Got it. What would happen to the conductivity of a mixture of two solutions that produces two insoluble products?
Ooh.
It would remain the same, I think. I think it would remain the same.
I think it would decrease because there's less electrolytes in the water, right?
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, okay, you're right. Way to go. Okay. Which of the following statements can best be inferred from the experimental results?
Let's look at the experimental results.
Okay.
Boop, 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 boop. So also,
It seems like
sodium's
always soluble. I don't know what group 2 is. I guess I could look at this. Are these group 2?
Maybe.
Or are these group 2? I think it's these. Right? Why don't you...
Who's to say? Who could say?
You stink.
Who is to say?
You stink. I'm saying it's A. I'm saying it's A. Sodium seems very soluble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which of the following is true? That's not true. Phosphates are not true. Sulfate.
Silver's dissolvable here, so it can't be that. Right? Phosphates. That's soluble, so that can't be true. I don't see it. That's not. Oh, there's one. That's soluble. So it'd have to be D. Okay, cool. Let's go. I got one. I actually deduced one, and then it's gonna be different. No, sick. Okay.
Sweet.
Love it.
Ones that are not in a passage.
Which of the? Okay, and these are our last two for the section. So we actually are gonna finish with time to spare.
Really?
Yeah, we have 9 minutes left. Unless you really tank on these.
I don't think I will, because I have.
Which of the following shows a pair of substances that differ from the other three?
I have my answer for this.
I'm thinking. Hang on. I'm trying to pattern recognize right now. I'm going A.
Nope. Well, okay, this is hard because... No, that's the same. See, this is the acid on this side and its conjugate base. Ammonium loses the proton and becomes this. This has to lose 2 protons to become...
And so what do you think it is?
It's B!
Okay, fair.
Because if it was look, they had a similar one for phosphoric acid underneath. It should be HSO4 if it was like the others, but it's not. Because it just skips out on you.
Okay, so last question of the section then.
I already got this
59. Which of the following represent the
It's
Lewis
easy.
structure? Can I look at fluoride on the thing?
Yeah, look at fluoride. Take your time. Shouldn't be. This one should be
So.
chill. It's a halogen.
So it should have 7, right? It should be A.
It's not fluorine though. It's fluoride.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna assume based on you saying that it means its shell is full, which means it should be negative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's
You
go.
did it.
Let's go. I would have gotten that wrong without you, though. Let's be so real. Okay. So we finished with 7 minutes and 20 seconds remaining on the section timer.
I didn't
and
do as
respective
bad as I
scores
thought
of
I did not do as bad as I thought.
42 and 22 for her and I respectively. Should we pull up an average score calculator for that?
On my worst, I'm seeing how I did on my worst MCAT.
She's checking her official scores right now.
Generally, I shoot to get 200 total questions right or more.
250?
200.
200,
There's
okay.
only 230 total now.
Yeah, be nice.
Ish. No, I think that's right. Yeah, there's only 230 total. Right. Now think about the fact that I accidentally took the hardest one first, way earlier in my practice than my other ones. Okay, so, score report. I got 48 out of 59 on Chem Phys for that one. So this isn't super far off.
Seems like a scummy calculator. Okay.
This isn't super far off from what I was doing. Now, I did get a lot more wrong than I normally do, but on Chem Phys anyway. That was way harder than any Chem Phys stuff I've done.
Okay, that's good to know. So let's.
Wait, I thought I was 42.
You were. I accidentally hit a button on the thing because it's mapped to my keyboard. You are 42.
Okay,
Apologies.
good,
It's written on the paper, but it's the hotkey thing. But yeah, so we're gonna take a brief break.
Are we?
Yeah, fill up our waters, use like the restroom, do whatever we gotta do, right?
Technically, we have 10 minutes. We're not going to take that whole time unless
All right,
you really want
We'll
to.
let the timer run. We actually only have 7 minutes, but we will be right back, guys.
Oh, did you have this to auto... Did you make the timer auto change for the pacing?
What do you mean?
The 10-minute break, or did you just start that?
No, that was just what we had left.
Oh, sweet.
No, I didn't say we were doing a
Dang,
10-minute break
we
or
had a lot of
anything.
time left.
Yeah, we had 7 minutes left. So we're probably going to take that time, stretch our legs a little bit. You're not supposed to sit for like 3 hours or blood clots or something like that, right?
Yes.
So,
Get a thrombus.
which sounds like it should have been a shape that we talked about in primary school. But either way, we'll be back.
Woohoo.
Okay, we're back, everybody. Water's filled up.
Back and ready for the section that I personally enjoy a decent amount.
So this is the cars section, which is like the what does cars stand for, honey?
Critical analysis and reasoning skills.
Okay.
Think of it like an AR test, but to become a doctor.
Yeah. So it's sort of like just English passages.
Is
where
my
you
hair
like
orange?
no.
That looks so cute. Maybe it's like the angle.
It's probably part of the angle. It's a little more orangey than it was, but like I wanted it to not look. I changed her hair color on the little avatar. I'm playing around with it, I guess.
Do you remember when I tried dyeing my hair pink over Clark and it turned out kind of orange?
Yeah.
Stop.
That wasn't.
I looked fine.
You did, but it was definitely not pink.
Look, the girl who helped me with it, we talked FNAF theory the whole time. It was really fun.
That does sound like fun, honestly. Okay, but so cars is basically like sort of like AP style English passages. So I might do okay on this one.
Jadavian did really good. Jadavian clapped Mikey on one of them. Mikey didn't get any right out of 6 questions.
I thought I got one right.
No, I think
Okay.
Jadavian got 1 or 2.
I
think you
guess
got
that's
0.
to preface that these passages can be kind of stupid sometimes, or the questions
Especially,
in response to them.
caveat, this is not done by the AAMC.
Yes, this
so
is
I
not
don't
an
know
official one, but on the official ones that I
how-
took on her account, I did not like them. They made me upset.
I
So we'll see
like
how this goes.
That's because I got 5 out of 6 correct. Though.
Yes. So, do we want me to read the passage out loud before we start answering any questions? Maybe.
What does the audience think? Do you guys want to have story time?
Yeah. Do you guys want story time? Because I'll read it out if you want. We got extreme input lag, so. Or people just might not respond either. We'll give it a little bit though to see if there's any general consensus.
Whee! Are you guys liking the Chapel Roan?
I think they're enjoying the jazz. Yes. Oh, I need to reset our counters. So we're resetting them on each section. I've gotten them written down, and we'll do like a final score calculation at the very end.
Written down.
Okay. It seems like nobody has a strong opinion about if we read it, so... Oh, okay. Don't mind. So, we'll read it, we'll get a little story time. Passage 1. I gotta start the timer. Boom. Okay. According to Professor John McKinnon, certain places are more likely than others to house new or rediscovered species. First, scientists should look in areas that are geologically stable. Areas with regular earthquakes or volcanic eruptions are less likely to contain species that go back thousands of years because, obviously, the frequent upheavals are not conducive to steady growth or a comfortable way of life. Second, scientists are most likely to find undiscovered or rediscovered species in remote, isolated areas. Cultivated areas are inhospitable to many animals, and often cultivation eliminates the trees or shrubs that house and protect animal life. A stable climate is a third thing to look for. Stability of climate ensures that the animals that live in the region have had no reason to leave for warmer or wetter environments. Although most of the recent discoveries...
Wait, you're not writing anything down?
I'm reading. Okay. Although most of the recent discoveries and rediscoveries of animal species have taken place in tropical, humid regions, some have occurred in rarely explored mountain habitats. A fourth key thing scientists should look for, according to McKinnon, is an area with a variety of unusual species that are specific to that area. Of course, this requirement refers back to number 2, isolation. An area that is isolated or difficult to access will naturally have species that cannot be found anywhere else. In 1994, American biologist Peter Zahler took his second trip to the isolated valleys of the Daimar region in northern Pakistan. He was searching for the woolly flying squirrel, a dog-sized... Oh, hang on. Please tell me there's a picture of this thing.
It looks just like you.
Oh my gosh. That's sick. Okay, cool. Sick diversion. Okay. A dog-sized squirrel last seen in 1924.
And it's a flying squirrel. It's not just a squirrel. This thing,
Yeah, I know. It's like, imagine a dog just coming at you, like, from the air, full speed. Love that. Okay.
That's how it feels to wake up next to you.
Okay. As he describes it, he had narrowed down his search to 2 animals, using the criteria mammal, not too small, relatively unknown, and in need of conservation intervention. Because he did not wish to spend time in the steamy environment of the Congo Basin, he eliminated the aquatic gene from his list and decided to concentrate on the woolly flying squirrel, which lived in the high Himalayas where there were fewer bugs and no tropical diseases. Working with a guide, Zahler moved from valley to valley. He quizzed the local residents about the squirrel. Many recalled hearing tales about the strange animal, but all insisted it was extinct. Zahler continued to set traps, listen to squirrel legends, and ask questions. He dodged avalanches, skirted valleys, patrolled by armed warlords and crossed mountains on narrow goat paths. Policemen told him that the squirrels indeed existed in caves above the valley, and that they excreted a substance, salahit, maybe?
I think so.
That was used as an salajit. Okay, that was used as an aphrodisiac. One day, 2 large machine gun-toting men entered his camp. After small talk, one asked whether he would be willing to pay for a live squirrel. The pair claimed to be salajit collectors. Zaylor agreed to pay top dollar, never envisioning that 2 hours later he would be presented with a woolly flying squirrel in a bag. Following that surprise, Zaylor located evidence of live squirrels throughout the region. The squirrel certainly obeyed all of McKinnon's regulations. Despite frequent avalanches, the Himalayas are a geologically stable area with a harsh but stable climate and a number of rare species. Not only were the squirrels' caves remote and isolated, it was often necessary to rappel down or climb up sheer cliffs to reach them. Each rediscovery gives scientists a vital second chance to protect and preserve our rarest, most fragile species. With scientists and students from Pakistan, Zaylor began to work on a program to protect the squirrel's habitat. Only the advent of war in Afghanistan forced him to abandon the area, and he remains connected to scientists in Pakistan who are continuing the effort. Okay. Question 1. According to the passage, all of the following are true except... we don't know what the timing is on this. 1924.
In 1994, he took his second trip. It was last seen in 1924, so that's 70 years.
That is 70 years.
But, well, we don't know if that's vanished.
I mean, last seen by scientists, right? Like,
yeah,
obviously...
maybe scientists just didn't go out there.
Yeah. I mean, and again, obviously, these Salajit guys had them, right?
In remote cultivated areas and hospitable eliminate trees or shrubs.
Does it talk about droughts anywhere?
Climate stability, have no reason to leave for warmer or wetter environments.
So I'm gonna say it's D.
Hang on, go back down to the Himalayas.
Substance, maybe.
Aphrodisiac.
It definitely said that. Okay, so well, but was that confirmed, or was that just like a claim?
Excreted a substance, salajit. Salajit collectors, so like, I'd say probably.
Okay, so definitely, I'm saying D. I'm saying D.
And a number of rare species.
I'm saying D.
I'm gonna say D as well.
Yeah, let's go.
It's not like it just disappeared.
Okay. The discussion of the aquatic genet shows primarily that some mammals are unlikely ever to be rediscovered. Large mammals are more easily tracked and rediscovered. Endangered animals are found in many different biomes. Tropical disease affect a variety of endangered species.
When was the aquatic genet mentioned?
Yeah, where was that mentioned?
Go up a little bit. He eliminated the aquatic genet, I guess, from his list.
Maybe the genet. It should have just been gene. It was a typo, maybe.
No, I think the maybe.
This doesn't.
I think the aquatic genet is an animal. Look it up for me.
I'm trying.
I think I've heard of that.
Oh,
yeah,
shoot.
I
Okay.
told you.
My bad. I thought it was just... Okay.
So it was in the Congo, eliminated from his list and tried to concentrate on the squirrel. I
think C. I'm doing C.
It's not too small. Relatively unknown. Yeah, I guess endangered mammals are found in a variety of biomes.
Boom. Let's go. Okay. Which of McKinnon's requirements does the home of the woolly flying squirrel meet? All 3.
Was climactic stability one of them?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, it's right. It's all 3.
Boom. Okay. The author suggests that Zaylor decided to search for the woolly flying squirrel because it lived in an area that was easily accessible, it was neither too small nor too tropical, it had been spotted recently by the collectors, it was a legendary creature of great renown. I'm ruling out C immediately, because he didn't know that. I don't think it was easily accessible.
I'm pretty sure it was B, because literally he said they had to, like, rappel down to the... rappel or climb up sheer cliffs.
Yeah,
to
definitely
reach them.
not easily to...
And here it says, not too small, relatively unknown, did not want to go to the Congo.
Yeah, I'm saying B. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Alright. Nice. Okay. According to the passage, which of these locations would be likely to house a new species? The jungles of Borneo, the mountains of western Iran, the edges of the eastern Sahara.
Probably
So there's
1 and 2
no
because the
all
Sahara
three.
is growing, isn't it?
I don't know, but like mountains are hard to like navigate in, jungles are hard to navigate in. He mentioned the Congo, which is a jungle, right?
Yeah.
And so jungle is already a thing, mountain is
Well, the
already
Congo's
a
a
thing.
river.
Desert.
I think there might be a jungle named after it. But
I think there is. I'm also saying 1 and
1
2.
and 2.
Ooh,
Ooh.
tough.
But wait, did he say Iran was cultivated, or where was it? Did he mention that maybe?
Can we control F for Iran? Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah. Not on the actual MCAT.
Okay, it was not in the passage at all.
See, and so there's gonna be some time, but it's weird because it mentions like remote isolated areas. I would say like.
But maybe those mountains are not remote or isolated. They might be lived in.
That's fair. But again, if this were the AAMC, they would have put some mention of that in the past.
Right. Okay. According to the author, rediscovery gives scientists a second chance to protect and preserve rare species. Which of the following information, if true, would most weaken this argument? I mean, it's A, right?
Yeah.
It's gotta be A. It's the only one that makes any sense. Yeah, okay. Okay. Passage 2. It's time for story time with Mikey again. Okay. Beaten down, the world against them, exhausted. Such was the self-assessment of the Beat generation. Let me, there we go. As defined by Jack Kerouac. Kerouac? I don't know. Kerouac. In a 1948 conversation that became part of a 1952 New York Times article. At that time, the Beats were in their infancy. In the early 40s, Kerouac attended Columbia University on a football scholarship, but a leg injury ended his football career and forced him to drop out of school. His brief sojourn with the Merchant Marine and with the Navy ended badly, and Kerouac limped back to New York to rejoin with friends at Columbia, where he met Allen Ginsberg and older William S. Burroughs. Most of Kerouac's friends had come of age during World War II, just as Ernest Hemingway and his friends had done during World War I. Just as Hemingway's generation was lost, the new generation was beat. They found it impossible to find a place in the new post-war economy. They lived in toxic, brutal poverty and moved constantly, and many of them struggled to find publishers for their oddly constructed, turbulent writings. Kerouac would be the first of his friends to find a publisher for his first novel, the rather pedestrian The Town and the City, published in 1950. The following year, he traveled cross-country with his friend Neil Cassidy, a trip that would inspire his most famous work, On the Road. Perhaps as much as any Beat work, this frenetic work illustrated by the Beat dislike of conformity and desire for movement and new experiences. Kerouac would continue to write prolifically in the 7 years it took to get On the Road published. Meanwhile, Burroughs published Junkie, an autobiographical tome on addiction, and Ginsberg published his seminal work, the stream of consciousness poem, Howl. I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, cried the poet, summing up again the powerlessness of the Beat generation. Ginsberg used street vernacular and rhythms inspired by the jazz scene of the 50s. The Beat scene was peripatetic, moving from New York to San Francisco, where Howl was published, and later to the Left Bank in Paris, where Hemingway's lost scene had emigrated many years later. Ginsberg left San Francisco for Paris when his poem Howl became the subject of an obscenity trial for its use of colloquial speech and its openness about drugs and homosexuality. He traveled from Paris to Tangier, where Burroughs was living, and helped Burroughs assemble the manuscript of his most famous and infamous work, Naked Lunch. Burroughs' book would be published in Paris in 1959 and then in the United States in 1962. Again, it would be the center of a long obscenity trial. Both Howl and Naked Lunch emerged from their trials unscathed. The obscenity charges were determined to be unfounded, and the trials loosened some of the definitions that had bound American literature. In addition, of course, the publicity put the Beats on the front pages of newspapers nationwide. The Beats were of their time, and they transcended their time. The highway system that crisscrossed the United States in the 1950s gave them the power to move. Suburbia and the man in the gray flannel suit gave them something to despise. The Cold War gave them angst and disillusionment. Jazz and the drug culture gave them a way out. Without the Beats to pave the way, 60s culture would have looked quite different, and the gay liberation movement of the 1970s might never have come to pass. And back to side screen. Okay. Let me get the passage over here. The author compares the Beat generation to the Lost generation in terms of their poverty, openness, prolific output, or alienation. That was like
alienation, I think. Found it impossible to find a place in the new post-war economy, maybe?
I think
so.
Brutal
poverty, though.
Yeah. But he's comparing to, like, authors and stuff, right? So prolific output would also kind of make sense. But I think I'm going poverty. I'm going poverty.
I didn't know they were also alienated though because they had the trials against them and stuff. They were other.
But that happened later. That was a totally different discussion. I'm going poverty.
Oh, you're right. But again, poverty wasn't like the main focus. I don't know.
What are you saying?
Probably wrong. I'm gonna say alienation though.
Oh, you're right. I was wrong. There you go. Okay, she's probably still going to do much better than me on this section because she's practiced a ton, and she's also just better at this than me, but I'm trying to stay competitive this time, just so you guys know where my headspace is.
You're doing great.
Okay, in the context of this passage, the word culture is used primarily to mean... way of life, right?
Where does it say culture?
Oh, I didn't mean to bookmark this.
It's like a
Control F.
countercultural movement, maybe?
No, now I typed the word bookmark. Culture.
I guess the drug and jazz way of life, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm saying C, and then let's check. Boom. All right. No, I gave myself 2 points. My bad. Okay. The discussion of Burroughs' obscenity trial best illustrates the author's point that the beat scene was peripateic. The beats affected definitions of literature. The beats were inspired by jazz and angst, and then the beats transcended their times.
I think that affected the definitions of literature because loosened definitions that had bound American literature.
Yeah, I think that's the only real option. Let's check. Yep, boom. Way to go. All right. Which of the following assertions does the author support with an example? Kerouac continued to write prior to the publication of On the Road, the drug culture affected the lives and writings of some Beats, and 60s culture was influenced by the work of the Beats. So this is notably only asking for ones they have supported with an example.
I don't think 60s culture was supported.
It was not supported. However, I think they did provide evidence for point 1. Kerouac would continue to write prolifically in the 7 years. But it doesn't say what.
That's not an example, so there's no example for that. Drug culture affected the writing of some of the Beats.
And they...
Addiction, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so 2 only then.
In my opinion, yes. I could be wrong.
Boom. Let's go. We're doing pretty good. Gregory Corso, another important figure in the Beat crowd, once wrote a poem in the shape of a mushroom entitled Mushroom Cloud entitled Bomb. If the author included this information in the passage, it would probably be used to... C. I'm saying C.
I think so. Because it's very Cold War.
Yes.
It's giving Cold War.
Yes. Very good. Okay. Suppose the Beat writers were omitted from a major anthology of American literature. This would challenge the author's assertion that A, the Beats affected the gay liberation movement, B, the Beats writing was turbulent and difficult, C, the Beats often suggested to find publishers, and D, the Beats transcended their time. Okay, well, it's not gonna be C. I don't think it really does A. I think it's between B and D. I'm gonna say D, though.
Yeah, I think so. Well, if the writing was turbulent and difficult, it might not have been seen as artistically merited. Well, no, that would support it. Okay, never mind.
I'm saying
D.
So D. Let's go. Okay, it is time for story time again. Alright. Aluminum is the Aluminum is the most abundant metallic element in the Earth's crust, but it is never found naturally as an element. Instead, it always appears naturally in its oxidized form as a hydroxide we call bauxite. Bauxite?
I have no clue.
I'm calling it bauxite. Bauxite occurs in 3 main forms. The forms vary in the number of molecules of water it takes for hydration and in the crystalline structure of the molecule. Gibbsite is a trihydrite form that Boehmite and diaspore are monohydrates. Of the 3, the main form that is mined is gibbsite. Boehmite may be hard or soft, and it comes in a variety of colors that range from white to red. Boehmite is formed due to the weathering of alumina-bearing rocks. It often appears as an extensive blanket of ore and is usually mined using surface mining techniques. By far the largest consumers of aluminum are the United States, Japan, and Germany, but except for a little in Texas and Arkansas, boehmite is nearly non-existent there. The many major producers of boehmite are Australia, which produces around 40% of the world's supply, and Guinea in West Africa. The United States gets much of its supply from Brazil and Jamaica. The extraction of aluminum from bowite requires 3 stages. First, the ore is mined, then it is refined to recover alumina. Finally, the alumina is melted to produce aluminum. The mining is done via the open cut method. Bulldozers remove the topsoil, and excavators or other types of power machinery are used to remove the underlying layer of bowite. The bowite may be washed to remove clay and other detritus. Refining is done via the Bayer refining process, named after its inventor Carl Bayer. Ground bowite is fed into a digester where it is mixed with a caustic soda. The aluminum oxide reacts with soda to form a solution of sodium aluminite and a precipitate of sodium aluminum silicate. The solution is prepared from the silicate through washing and pumping, and the alumina is precipitated from the solution, where it appears as crystals of alumina hydrate. The crystals are washed again to remove any remaining solution. Then they are heated to remove water, leaving the gritty alumina. Smelting is done via the Hall-Herlute smelting process. An electric current is passed through a molten solution of alumina and cyrolite, which is in a cell lined at the bottom and top with carbon. This forces the oxygen to combine with the carbon at the top of the cell, making carbon dioxide, while the molten metallic aluminum collects at the bottom of the cell, where it is siphoned off, cleaned up, and cast into bars, sheets, or whatever form is needed. As with all mining of metals, bowite mining presents certain hazards. Along with the usual mining issues of degraded soil and polluted runoff, chief among them is the omnipresent bowite dust, which clogs machinery and lungs, sometimes for miles around the mining site. Jamaica and Brazil have seen widespread protests recently against the major bowite mining companies, which continue to insist that no link between bowite dust and pervasive lung problems has been proven. Because if there's one thing I really trust companies to be truthful about, it is the way that what they are doing impacts our lungs. You know, I really trust them on that. Okay, sorry, that was...
I mean, the smoking industry made like an entire scientific research facility for that, you know?
Yeah.
They want the people to know that smoking is safe.
Mm-hmm.
9 out of 10 doctors paid by the smoking industry recommend smoking.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so, to our questions, in the context of the passage, the word refined means, process for sure. Okay, let's check. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. The discussion of the protest shows primarily that bowite mining takes place in the third world. Workers are starting to fight back against the dangers of mining. Mining companies have misled people for decades. The government of Brazil works with the mining companies. I mean, it's B, right? Yeah, sick. Okay. The passage suggests that the author would most likely believe that... A? Yeah. Ah, it gave me a B2. Okay. All of these are produced by the Bayer process except... Well, let's check.
We have sodium aluminate.
Where?
Here. And a precipitated sodium aluminum silicate.
Okay. I'm not seeing anything about this.
Manganese?
I'm not seeing that.
Yeah, manganese isn't in there.
Sick. Okay. According to the passage, the most commonly mined form of bowite contains carbon dioxide, right? Or not carbon dioxide, it gets turned into carbon dioxide, right?
Go.
Scroll up. It's
commonly mined
gibbsite.
is, gibbsite, which is... It's a trihydrate. That does not mean...
Caustic soda.
Soda. It's hydroxide. That's not 3 molecules of water. Ore is mined, refined to recover alumina. Maybe it contains... What are the contaminants here?
You know, I'm just like...
It does not contain a caustic soda.
I'm saying carbon
contain...
dioxide. That's what I'm going for.
But it doesn't.
I'm going for it.
But it does. It does. I'm gonna say 3 molecules of water because I think they got that wrong.
Yep, alright. Another point for Ray.
This would not be on the AAMC.
Okay. The process by which aluminum is extracted from bowite is most similar to...
They would not they would not expect you to know this.
I'm sorry, I tried.
Aluminum is extracted is not similar to the building of steel bridges.
Yeah, I mean,
similar maybe
copper tubing? Because glass is like, well, hang on, let me look
No,
through this
that's
process.
the extraction. The making
the
of copper
extraction.
tubing, it's heated and stretched. Manufacturing of glass, it's melted.
Hang on, is that what happens here?
Here. It's refined and it's smelted. I feel like glass is
Yeah, molten
heated
solution.
up.
Glass is heated up. I think that's fair.
What?
Ooh, tough. I should have stuck with my gut. I let you sway me.
No,
I
this
hate it here.
sucks.
Okay, sorry. Okay, passage 4. This one's a
Well,
little...
oh wait, because then it's heated and put into bar sheets or whatever form is needed, but like, I don't know.
I don't know. Either way...
BS
Oh,
question.
shoot, I skipped too far. Okay. Passage 4. I acknowledge Shakespeare to be the world's greatest dramatic poet, but regret that no parent can place the uncorrected book in the hands of his daughter, and therefore I have prepared the family Shakespeare. Thus did Thomas Bowdler, a self-appointed editor trained as a physician, explain his creation of a children's edition of Shakespeare that omitted some characters completely, toned down the language he considered objectionable, and euphemized such shocking situation as Ophelia's suicide, an accident in Bowdler's version. Bowdler was hardly the first to tone down the bard. Poet laureate Nahum Tate rewrote King Lear, banishing the fool entirely and giving the play a happy ending. His version was staged regularly in the 1680s through the 18th century. Thomas Bowdler was, from all the evidence, a less likely editor. He was born in 1754 near Bath, England, to a wealthy family. He studied medicine but never really practiced, preferring to exercise philanthropy and to play chess, at which he was a master. In his retirement, he decided to try his hand at editorial work. Shakespeare's dramas were his first project. He added nothing to the text, but by cutting and paraphrasing, strove to remove anything that could give just offense to the religious and virtuous mind. The result was a 10-volume expurgated version that was criticized widely, although hardly universally. The famed British poet Algernon Swinburne remarked that no man ever did better service to Shakespeare than the man who made it possible to put him in the hands of intelligent and imaginative children. There is some indication that Bowdler's sister Harriet did the actual editing of Shakespeare's text. She was a poet and editor in her own right, and clearly more qualified than her brother to lay hands on the Bard of Avon. She may have published the expurgated edition anonymously before allowing her brother to take over the rights. If this is so, it is uninspiring that Hamlet would not have wanted her name on the book. Harriet would not have wanted her name on the book. If the original Shakespeare were truly objectionable, then it would have been doubly so for a well-bred unmarried Englishwoman of the day. Bowdler went on to create children's version of the Old Testament and of Edward Gibbon's History and the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire.
A children's version of the Old Testament goes crazy.
Those still exist today, though.
I know, but like...
Like, that's not, like, unheard of. Although neither achieved either the success or ridicule of his Shakespeare. Today, of course, we know Bowdler not for his good works, but instead for the eponym derived from his good name. To Bowdlerize is to censor or amend a written work, often with a connotation of prudishness. The process for which Bowdler is known as one that continues to the present day. As texts deemed too difficult for today's high schoolers are dumbed down, library editions of The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn have the N-word blacked out, and middle school productions of popular Broadway plays have all expletives deleted. We would be hard-pressed to say that we live in a prudish era, but some of the same impulses that drove Thomas and Harriet Bowdler still exist today.
Okay, hang on here.
I don't think middle schoolers should be swearing in their plays, personally,
okay, look,
but like...
if they're not allowed to swear in class, I think it's appropriate line to say that they're not allowed to swear on stage.
Yeah, and that's also not, because like little kids and stuff go and see that. I think justified, personally. And honestly, I don't mind a dumbed down version of Shakespeare to make it easier for kids to read either.
I mean, maybe, like,
because we're acting like we didn't... Hang on, I'm pausing the timer.
Translating from the Victorian... okay, hang on.
We are acting like we did not grow up with, like, dumbed-down versions of, like, classics given to us by Walt Disney, right?
I don't know. I mean, I got a book of original Shakespeare works when I was in elementary school.
And I didn't because I was happy as a child, right? But, like, again, most of the, like popular media that we consumed as, like, children was dumbed-down versions of, like, these old folktales and stuff, right?
An adaptation is different from, like... is different from kind of censorship. It's very different from this.
But it also seems like he toned
VeggieTales is an adaptation. Censoring taking stuff out of the Old Testament is different.
YouTube autoplay is driving me crazy. Sorry.
You can make this. Can you do the loop?
No, I can't do the loop.
Circle?
Where's the loop button?
Throw that thing in a circle. I don't know.
There's no loop button.
Put it in a playlist and hit the loop button.
No. I'm just not doing that. Okay. But no, I think like.
What do you guys think? Do you think that,
I think it's fair enough.
And I think certain library editions blacking out certain offensive words, at least for certain age groups...
Yeah, because that's the thing.
...is appropriate.
I think it all depends on, like, the age and maturity of any given child.
In high school, I see an argument for and against it being there, and I think that's... I don't know if that's something I personally am qualified to weigh in on.
Yeah, but for me, it's like...
Middle school, though, absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like a middle school version of it, like, yeah, just, like, remove stuff like that, you know? I don't know.
And I think leaving swearing in, again, if they're performing a popular Broadway play, I don't know, again, there's that tension of, if this isn't acceptable in the classroom, why are we accepting it on stage?
Exactly. But either way, we gotta get to the questions, so timer's going back on.
What does the chat think? Let's hear you guys' thoughts while we answer some questions.
The main argument of the final paragraph is that C, right?
Yeah.
Hard C. Let's see. Cool. Easy. CZ. Okay. The passage implies that Bowdler's sister was more likely editor than she because... B?
Yeah, she was more
Easy
qualified.
B. Okay. The passage suggests that Bowdler was influenced by prudery, erudition, a poet laureate, or a dream.
Prudery. Anyways, Cade has a thought. Tyler agrees with Cade.
High school is mature enough?
Yeah, I think so. Middle school, definitely, because that's like, they're still like kids. High schools are like transitioning to adulthood.
Yeah.
So I think
there's a lot of like instances where like high school like classrooms don't care if you swear, right? It kind of depends on the teacher you've got, right? But like that is like a thing that happens pretty often. Okay, but so prudery?
Yes.
Yeah, makes sense. I thought that also. The mention of Nahum Tate shows primarily that D.
Yeah.
Sick. Okay. Based on the information in this passage, which of these would not be a Bowdlerization? One's not. 2 would be. 3 would not be either. Burning copies is not like, it's not changing a work, it is just getting rid of it, right?
Yeah.
It's 2. Just 2 only, so B.
No, wait, it would not be, honey. It would be C.
Yeah, so C. Sorry, I'm so glad. Thank you for catching me on that. Appreciate it.
Come on. I'm not saying high schoolers wouldn't do it, but middle schoolers will literally blab those words. Ideas that know what they really mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Middle schoolers really like saying stuff sometimes. In a middle schooler, like, I think the worst part is they might know what it means, and then they'll just keep saying it because they're middle schoolers and stupid.
Yeah, like, they're kind of going through it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Godspeed, soldier. Having a sibling in middle school.
There's also a difference between like just swearing and like some
saying
of the
slur.
Not even slurs, but just like some of the like concepts that those things would talk about that are just not concepts that are like free to discuss, right? Like suicide in like middle school, right?
I think discussions of suicide respectfully are important in middle school because
I don't
like
disagree, but like you can't just throw it out willy-nilly like it's a book reference or anything.
A respectful education on suicide is important, but telling someone
But Shakespeare should not be where you're getting your suicide education from.
I think you should. I don't think the suicides should be taken out of Shakespeare in middle school. I think middle schoolers can handle the concept of a suicide. That's
but if they're gonna learn it, they should not be learning about it from Shakespeare.
I think
they should already know before they read that, because like otherwise they're just like they're not getting the full picture, you know?
When did we start talking about suicide prevention? Was that elementary school?
I don't know. I don't remember it all because I just don't remember most things, but. Either way, let's keep moving for now. The authors claim that Bowdler's Shakespeare was not unanimously criticized, as supported by. Let's see. I was in like the middle, right?
Yeah, Algernon Swinburne.
Yeah, so A.
Said it. Great work, brother. Oh wait, no, he said yeah.
It was A. Cool. Okay. Given the information in the passage, if a Bowdlerized version of Shakespeare were available to parents today, which of the following outcomes would most likely occur? Some would ridicule it, and others would buy it. No one would take it or its author seriously. Most students would find it too difficult to read, or it would be a dismal failure and be taken off the market.
I think some would ridicule it, others would buy it, because it's still not, like, it still exists today. Bowdler, it still exists today.
Yeah, I think that as well.
Stuff is dumbed down, but there are critics of it.
Yep, cool. That was a clean sweep.
Clean sweep.
Passage 5. Let me full screen this for you guys. Okay. The Nobel Peace Prize has often engendered controversy. The Red Cross, yes, but Henry Kissinger, Mother Teresa, perhaps, but Yasser Arafat. Surprisingly, a loud and ongoing controversy surrounds a choice that at first look seems most benign. That of the Guatemalan freedom fighter Rigoberta Mench Utum. Rigoberta Mench U was born in 1959 to a poor Mayan family in Guatemala. At the time of her birth, General Ydigoras Fuentes had just seized power following the assassination of Colonel Castillo Armas. The year she turned 1, there was a failed coup by a military group, many of whom fled to the countryside and would return to lead the rebellion that would wax and wane for the next 36 years. Guatemala was divided into factions for that entire period, as military governments controlled the nation and guerrilla groups controlled the countryside. At the same time, right-wing vigilantes led a campaign of torture and assassination, eliminating students and peasants they deemed to be allied with the guerrillas. In the countryside where Rigoberta lived, the battles were largely over control of farmland. Rigoberta's father was taken into custody and tortured when the army believed he had assisted in the assassination of a plantation owner. Following a rout of the guerrillas by the army, the guerrillas regrouped and began to take their fight to the capital, beginning a long series of assassinations of government figures. Rigoberta, her father, and some of her siblings joined the Committee of the Peasant Union, CUC, not the cuck. In rapid succession, Rigoberta lost her brother, father, and mother to the army's own assassination squads. Rigoberta, though, only in her early 20s, became a key figure in the resistance, traveling from village to village to educate the Mayan peasants in overcoming oppression and leading demonstrations in Guatemala City. Soon, Rigoberta was herself a target. She fled to Mexico and continued her life as an organizer, concentrating her focus on peasants' rights. She participated in the founding of the United Representation of Guatemalan Oppression, RUOG. This period was the most violent of the entire Guatemalan Civil War. Under the new president, General Efrain Roy Montt, massacres of civilians became an everyday occurrence. Rigoberta traveled to Paris, where she sat down and dictated her life story to anthropologist Elizabeth Burgos de Bray. This story, titled I, Rigoberta Menchu, an Indian woman in Guatemala, would galvanize the attention to the plight of Guatemala. Shortly thereafter, Roy Montt was overthrown in a coup, and the slow work of democratizing Guatemala began. In 1992, Rigoberta would win the Nobel Peace Prize for her life and work. The controversy is all about the book. It began when anthropologist David Stoll began independent research on the same era about which Rigoberta dictated and discovered discrepancies and recall of events. Massacres she described were not remembered by the locals. One of her brothers died by shooting rather than by fire. Dates were incorrect, and so on. Stoll's discoveries were enough to roil up conservative historians and columnists who declared Rigoberta's books the grossest propaganda in her career, therefore unworthy of the Nobel Prize. Not surprisingly, this brought forth changes. Charges of racism, sexism, and cultural ignorance from the other side. The Nobel Committee maintained a stiff upper lip throughout the political back and forth and still insists that Rigoberta's prize had to do with her documented good works and not with her personal recorded history. Rigoberta's book is still widely taught, and her place in this history of Central American peasant revolution seems assured. Interesting story. I don't know anything about it, but interesting. Okay.
This one should be so easy.
Oh, I haven't read it yet. Which choices by the Nobel Committee does the author seem to indicate was undeserved? The one?
I feel like yeah. What?
Wait, what? Let me read the first paragraph again. So is it wait, what?
It doesn't really weigh in on whether Rigoberta was undeserved or not.
Fair.
Henry Kissinger, though, like, I think is definitely controversial, but I could be wrong. Hang on, let's see what the
Well, it depends.
the author seems to be addressing Rigoberta more with neutrality and intrigue than like saying she doesn't deserve it.
That's a fair point.
He's kind of more like, I don't know if she deserves it or not, more so than like this guy committed war crimes.
Yeah. Okay, so so
I'm doing a conservative too.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I love how we just started working on this together instead of
I'm still. If I disagree with you, I'm going to say it though. In the context of the passage, the word custody means. Can I control F custody, please?
Sure. You can't do that on actual test
I
day.
know.
Incarceration.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Incarceration. Yeah. That's why I wanted to know, because I just didn't want to have to hunt for it, right?
May have falsified her autobiography.
I accidentally gave myself an extra point. Shoot. Were we at 24? Hang on, there we go. I think that's how it was, right?
Then we're short points.
No, I think this is correct.
No, we're short.
Because we missed some.
Oh, you're right.
Okay. Which of the following statements is or are not presented as evidence that Rigoberta may have falsified her autobiography? 1 and 2.
Correct.
Whoa.
Oh, not presented as evidence. Dang it!
Yeah, we lost that
Dang
one.
it.
That's tough.
Man.
Okay. According to the passage, why did Rigoberta leave Guatemala? I mean, B, right?
Yeah, I think they started coming after her.
Yeah, okay. The not getting us is crazy. Okay. The authors claim that Rigoberta's book is still widely taught could be best supported by the inclusion of... So, things that are not here, but could be here. Like, D? Right? The question's literally about if it's taught or not, so D.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Which new information, if true, would best support conservatives' claims that Rigoberta was a fraud? Okay, A is not too relevant.
I have my answer.
This is correct. This would... Yeah, that would be tough. Yeah, so C, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I gave myself 2. Shoot. There we go. Okay. If David Stoll is to be believed, Rigoberta's autobiography seems to be an example of... I guess truthiness?
Hang on, go down.
On this?
Yeah, where is David's...
Right here.
I have my answer. Is your answer truthiness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sick. Is that what you picked?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The author of the passage would probably support, an inquiry that led... I think C.
I think so, because there's only one paragraph about
Yeah.
her. The book is the issue.
Yeah. Sick. Okay. Very nice. On to our next passage. Passage 6. If our knowledge of the world occurs through the weaving of narratives, as postmodernists would have us believe, then we must judge the truth of each narrative by comparing it with what we value and what we already accept as true. Any meta-narrative or overarching big story must be rejected because it attempts to explain away too many individual narratives. The traditional meta-narrative of American history, for example, might posit that the country was forged and tamed by white men who arrived by ship from a continent that did not allow them the freedoms they desired. Viewing all of American history through that meta-narrative, postmodernists would argue, does not allow us to consider the contribution of other groups to the country we live in today. So constructing a meta-narrative can often be exclusionary. Of course, constructing a series of smaller narratives is just as exclusionary because it implies experience and it frames experience in a limited way. It is easy to see this occurring if you look at any university course list today. How is it possible for American history 4111, imperialism, and Amerindians 1600 to 1840 to coexist alongside American history 4546, American military history and policy? Does English 340X, Survey of Women's Literature, subsume or incorporate events from English 342X, American Indian Women Writers? Perhaps we should pity the undergraduate student today, lacking any overarching meta-narrative to provide perspective. How can the poor student wade through the often contradictory mini-narratives being thrown his or her way? There's no question that the old way was wrong-headed and elitist. Survey courses that emphasized the white male perspective were removed from the curriculum in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and for good reason. But replacing them with a smorgasbord of mini-narratives risks eliminating any sense of a big picture. Can students connect the dots to define a coherent reality, or must their reality be a series of frames with no links among them? Revising the canon was about ridding our perspective of those racist, sexist, or classist notions that insisted on a single truth with a capital T. Of course, there is no overriding truth that applies to everyone, for everyone knows who believes that Thomas Jefferson was a brilliant reformer. There is someone who thinks he was a two-faced slaveholder. Yet where does it leave us if everyone we know is approaching history, science, literature, or what have you from a slightly different angle? It's bad enough when partisan politics divides us into red states and blue states. How much worse is it to imagine ourselves clad in thousands upon thousands of shades of purple? The clearest sign that we are not ready to abandon our meta-narratives comes in the current and ongoing clash between those who accept evolutionary theory and those who accept the Bible as the written word of God. The latter grant the earth 6,000 years of life, the former give it several million more, and never the twain shall meet. Each of these viewpoints is a meta-narrative, a big story that governs people's understanding of the world. Like many meta-narratives, each of these completely negates the other. So on the one hand, meta-narratives don't work well because they are too exclusionary, and on the other hand, mini-narratives don't work well because they are too narrow. It will be fascinating to watch the canon evolve over the next few decades and see whether this dichotomy can ever be resolved. Alright. So, the main argument of the passage is... D.
Yeah.
Sick.
They chunk things up, or
Yep.
they provide too broad.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. The passage suggests that the author would most likely believe that... C.
Yeah, I think so.
Boom.
Just divisive politics or no?
Yes. Which of the following assertions does the author support with an example? Constructing
Example.
many narratives frames experiences in a limited way.
I think they did that with this. This was
Yeah,
the
that's a
narrative.
massive example. We are not ready to abandon our meta-narratives.
Bible and evolution.
Yes. Constructing a meta-narrative may be exclusionary. I mean, this is kind of an example, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying all three.
Yeah.
Yeah, sick. Okay. The ideas in this passage would be most useful to... I think B.
Yeah, the college curricula.
Sick. Okay. The author states that meta-narratives have been replaced on campuses by a smorgasbord of mini-narratives. The word smorgasbord is used to indicate...
Probably
choice. Or, well... Yeah, I think choice. Yeah. Okay. Based on the information in the passage, which of these might be considered a meta-narrative? Marxism, rationalism, libertarianism.
I'm gonna say 1, 2, and 3 because this is not a question that's gonna. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm trying to think. I don't know what rationalism is.
I'm trying to think if it's like rational. I'm
gonna-
assuming it's like rational choice theory, and it's where we assume that individuals are like rational actors who make rational choices.
And so with that said, I'm gonna say one only. That's my gamble.
Okay.
Tough. Okay. Worth a shot. Try to bring up our difference, but no, I just made it bigger. Okay. A comparison of a mini-narrative to a meta-narrative would be most similar to a comparison of...
The single domestic turkey to a block of wild.
That's really
turkeys
funny.
goes
I love
crazy.
that. I'm saying A, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Cool. Passage 7. This really is just like story time. Okay. What began as an online personal diary of sorts about a decade ago has become a multi-million-dollar-a-year business that is reshaping the nature of the media, publishing, and marketing. It has the power to catapult unknowns into celebrities, affect political careers, and even influence language. They were known first as weblogs, which evolved into weblogs, and finally blogs. In 2004, Merriam-Webster declared blog its word of the year. It is estimated that more than 50 million people are blogging, and every second 2 new blogs are created. Most bloggers use this tool for its original purpose, periodically posting their thoughts on subjects of their choosing for others to read and comment on. But what sounds on the surface to be a merely public display of ideas is in effect changing the nature of media. Print newspapers and magazines have a staff of writers, researchers, and editors who find out what they deem to be appropriate, often defined as non-offensive material, shape it, and present it to an audience of passive consumers. When those passive consumers use simple websites to disseminate facts and ideas of their choosing, they evolve from passive consumers to active participants, effectively blurring the line between the media and its audience. Many bloggers choose to focus on news stories that receive little attention from traditional media outlets. They research, report, and comment on information that the public might otherwise not have access to. Traditional media companies have stockholders to answer to and sometimes edit content to eliminate or reduce possible controversial material. Blogs, in comparison, thrive on controversy. Indeed, that is where they most often make their mark. Talking Points Memo, which debuted in 2000, is a left-wing political site whose staff has grown to include 8 employees, including 5 research interns. In December 2002, the blog focused on Senator Trent Lott's comments at a political function that many deemed bigoted, a story that was virtually ignored by print, radio, and television media sources. In less than 2 weeks, the public outcry grew, and Lott resigned from his post as a Senate Majority Leader.
Oof, I need to know what he said.
Yeah, look up what he said while I keep reading.
I probably won't repeat it.
That's fine. In addition to their influence, popular bloggers are able to turn their sleuthing and private rants into dollars. Marketers looking for new and more effective ways to reach consumers are increasingly spending money on online advertising. By 2005, it was estimated that $100 million worth of blog ads were sold. One blogger in Kentucky uses his site, fark.com, to spread his brand of humor and is earning millions of dollars in ad revenue this year, thanks to the support of theme parks, shampoos, and nutrition bars. But this is predicted to be just the tip of the blog's profitability iceberg. Overall, web advertising is expected to grow by 50% to $23.6 billion in 2010. Much of that will make its way onto blogs. This is an old article.
Okay, so here's what he said.
Okay.
So he spoke on December 5th, 2002 at the 100th birthday party of Senator Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, a retiring Republican senator who had switched parties from the Democrats decades earlier. Thurmond had run for president of the United States in 1948 on the Dixiecrat, or States' Rights Democratic ticket. Lott said, "When Strom Thurmond ran for president, we voted for him. We're proud of it, and if the rest of the country had followed our lead, we wouldn't have had all of these problems over all these years either." As a senator and presidential candidate, Thurmond maintained an explicit states' rights platform that challenged the Civil Rights Movement and later the Civil Rights Act as illegally overturning separation of powers under the U.S. Constitution, and called for the preservation of racial segregation. The Washington Post reported that Lott had made similar comments about Thurmond's candidacy in a 1980 rally. So he essentially is like, man, when Thurmond ran for president, everybody should have voted for him. And to be fair, he was at the guy's 100th birthday party. But
then he went on to say we should have voted for him because Civil Rights Act bad?
No, he didn't say that. That was just an explanation of what Thurmond's platform was.
Oh, I see.
No, he only said if the rest of the country had voted for him, we wouldn't have all of these problems years later. But the thing that they would have voted for was someone who was against the Civil Rights Act and was in support of segregation.
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
To be fair, I feel like maybe he just, I don't know if he necessarily had all of that at the top of the dome. If you're with your friends at their birthday party, you might not remember,
Right.
Because think about it, the guy ran in 1948. It's 2002.
He must be pretty crusty.
I am not defending Senator Lott. I would like to make that very clear. I am not defending Senator Trent Lott. But I do see a situation in which, it's been, 50 years. You're at his 100th birthday party, and you might not, that might not be the first thing in the forefront of your mind.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Alright, ready?
Props to him for stepping down, though.
Yes, fair. I respect that. Okay. The central thesis of the passage is that, See?
Oh, hang on. Are we done yet?
Yeah.
Wait, did you read all of it
Yes.
already?
It was a very short
Did you read it to other people?
Yes.
Wait, you read it out loud?
Uh-huh.
While I was looking through everything?
Yeah? Did you just not hear me? How do you even...
I was really locked
The
in
only
on
thing
that
you missed
Senator
was the
Lott
last
thing.
paragraph.
Hang on.
And I think it's C.
Yeah.
Sick.
Who wants to receive or
Okay.
must...
The passage implies bloggers who want to receive or increase current levels of advertising revenue must...
Hang on.
A.
Let's double check. I think that too, but I want to make sure that there's not stuff about their readership. Well, thrive on controversy, yeah. I
Okay.
think controversial.
Yup.
Ooh!
What?
I should have stuck with it.
Man, okay, that's tough. Okay. Suppose evidence was presented to show that traditional media sources were becoming successful in their attempts to compete for blogs' advertising revenue. This new information would most challenge the implication that...
We're becoming more successful, So, if traditional media were becoming more successful in competing for ad revenue, A is out.
Yeah. This doesn't really have anything to do with active participants either, I don't think. I think B, maybe? Because if people just went back to, Or no, it's specifically advertising revenue. That doesn't challenge that.
It's ad revenue,
But I mean, with readership
So
comes
if
ad revenue. And that's the tricky part.
blogs are... Print newspapers and magazines have a hard time disseminating their information. So maybe if they found a way to be even better than blogs at disseminating information?
I'm gonna say B just to be different.
I feel like you might be right.
Alright, you go and C?
Hang on. So... They choose to read blogs because blogs can be controversial. They don't have to appeal to stockholders. But if traditional media sources...
But people aren't choosing to read blogs because they don't have to appeal to stockholders. People are choosing to read blogs because they're interesting because they don't have to appeal to stockholders. There's like a missing link there.
I know, but I don't put it past this type of...
I'm gonna say C, actually.
I'm gonna say C. I'm sticking with C.
Okay. Alright, moving on.
Oh, I missed that first part, man.
Okay, which of the following assertions does the author support with an example? I mean, blogging became a part of language.
It influences language.
I hate that. That doesn't mean what they say it means. Okay, but you're right. They didn't support blog being used by politicians.
Yeah.
But 3 definitely was. So 1 and 3. Yeah.
Da Vinci?
No. According to the passage, what is one way in which blogs are changing the nature of media?
Siphoning ad revenue, affect political careers, consumers are active participants in dissemination of... Yeah, that changes the thing in media if they're active participants. Blurring the line between media and audience.
I'm gonna say A, actually.
Okay.
So you think the where the money goes is like changing the nature of things, right? I'm saying A.
Okay.
What are you saying? C? Tough. Okay.
Why would you do that?
I felt like I had a gut
answer.
feeling. Okay. The passage suggests that Talking Point Memo's coverage of a senator's inappropriate comments was
at
odds with news coverage, I guess.
Yeah, because they didn't say nothing. Well.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Passage 8. More reading time with Mikey. It is perhaps too easy to think of mathematical truths as objective entities existing in the universe, simply waiting to be discovered by brilliant minds such as Pythagoras, Newton, and Descartes. Descartes. Indeed, such a is he French?
Yes.
Descartes. Indeed, such a mentality may be cemented in Western minds, raised in the Platonic tradition of a world of ideals that exist outside of the material world we reside in.
I wish we were Platonic.
No, you don't. But new research in the fields of cognitive science and developmental psychology may be challenging this long-held belief in mathematics as a truth outside of human experience, and recasting mathematics as a product of the brain, an entity that is not discovered by man but rather created by him. Such a radical paradigm shift is predictably met with stiff resistance, but the evidence in favor of a created mathematics rather than a discovered mathematics is compelling. Study after study has shown that all people possess an innate arithmetic. Babies as young as 3 or 4 days old can differentiate between groups of 2 and 3 items, and by age of 4 months or so, an infant can see that 1 plus 1 is 2 and 2 minus 1 is 1. Researchers discovered this startling fact by means of a simple experiment, allowing what is known as the violation of expectation model in developmental psychology. An infant was presented with a scenario in which a researcher held a puppet before the baby's eyes. Then a screen was moved in front of the puppet, and another researcher placed a second puppet behind it. The screen was removed, and if there were 2 puppets now visible, the infant registered no surprise, as measured by both the direction and the child's gaze and the duration of her stare. But if the screen was removed and only 1 puppet appeared, the infant registered perplexity at the situation. This experiment and others like it strongly suggest that all individuals are born with certain mathematical concepts hardwired into their brains. The ability to quickly and accurately count a small number of items, called subitizing by psychologists, is also found in animals. Researchers using experiments similar to the violation of expectation setup described previously have found an innate mathematical ability not just in primates, our closest evolutionary cousins, but in raccoons, rats, parrots, and pigeons. These findings are consistent with the belief that mathematical thinking is a function of the structures in the brain and not a product of the outside world. Anomalous cases involving brain injuries and disorders also support the idea that mathematical thinking arises from the organization of the brain. There is a documented case of a subject with a PhD in chemistry who suffers from acalculia, the inability to perform basic arithmetic functions. Strangely, this patient is unable to perform simple calculations such as 5 plus 3 or 8 minus 2, but has no problem manipulating abstract algebraic operations. This curious fact has led psychologists to conclude that the part of the brain that handles abstract algebraic operations must be different from the part of the brain that works with more concrete arithmetic functions. Interesting. Okay. These have been interesting passages, at least.
Yeah, no, it's really cool because you get to learn something new. A lot of people don't like cars, but I think it's fun.
Okay, the author probably mentions the Platonic tradition in order to...
Um.
I'm gonna say A, I guess. Or no, wait.
Everybody's-
I'm gonna say B. I'm going B. This one's actually a little tricky.
Yeah, why are you so weird about it? I think A.
Saying A, I'm gonna go B. Tough. Okay.
Because it says such a mentality may be cemented in Western minds raised in Platonic tradition.
Which makes sense, but moving on. The author supports the passage's main thesis with all of the following types of evidence except...
Supports with experiments, he supports with a case study. Maybe comparison? Where was the comparison?
Down here,
to,
yeah. So testimonials,
primates, yeah,
right?
testimonials. I kind of zoned out for the paragraph about the primates and animals.
Sorry. This passage implies that structures for arithmetic calculations are hardwired into the brain. That doesn't imply that, it just says that.
Are animals able to do this?
I mean, yeah, it says so, right?
Also found it to quickly and
Well, so,
accurately
see,
count.
here's the thing, right?
An innate mathematical... Well, it doesn't say that animals are able to perform simple operations. They can do the subitizing, and they can they have an innate mathematical ability. It doesn't seem that they can do simple arithmetic. Just like the babies
Well, the
can't do
babies,
simple
that was simple
calculations.
arithmetic.
I guess maybe
Yes,
so.
it definitely was. And so it says that pretty explicitly for both animals and infants, right?
Well, no, it doesn't say that the animals can perform arithmetic. They
Yeah,
have they have an innate mathematical ability. I
Using
think that's an
experiments
implication.
similar to the violation of expectation have found an innate mathematical ability. So I think
Yeah, they can't perform calculations at 3 or 4. They can just see. They can differ. Well, I guess like.
but like 2 minus 1 is a simple calculation. I'm gonna say it explicitly states these and that it implies D. That's my guess. This one's hard though.
Simple arithmetic operations. Arithmetic is 1 plus 1. I guess maybe simple
Calculations is also 1 plus 1.
I don't.
I'm
All
saying
people.
it's D.
All people possess an innate arithmetic. Babies aren't doing calculations. It's an innate arithmetic. Infants can see that 1 plus 1. That is a calculation. I'm saying animals.
You're saying it B, I'm saying D. Woo!
Wow.
Woo! Woo! 5 big booms for
You
that
did
one.
so good.
All right. Okay. In the context of the passage, the word curious means odd. See.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Oh wait, hang on. I actually gave you. Did I give me an extra point, or did I not give? Did I take one?
I had 43 a second ago.
Okay, so I should have 40 then, because we're now a difference of 4. Because whenever I type on here, if I hit one of my, like, things, yeah, S took me down a point, because that's, like, the down button. Okay. In the discussion of the violation of expectation experiment, the author assumes that... certainly. Certainly. That doesn't...
I don't know if that's relevant. I think
I'm gonna say
it's
C.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's weird, because this really seems like... I don't know, it kind of seems like this is what that says, right?
Well, I guess, in order to agree with the violation of expectation, you have to assume that the behaviors, like the baby being surprised about the thing, doesn't necessarily mean that it's because there's one less than expected.
Maybe.
They just might be like, oh wow.
Alright, well, okay. The central thesis of the passage is that Western philosophers were mistaken in their beliefs.
C.
Yeah, I think C. Sick. Okay. Suppose a team of anthropologists discovered an isolated community of individuals who possessed absolutely no mathematical ability whatsoever. This discovery would have what effect on the author's argument?
They'd probably refute it because it's innate.
Yeah.
If it's innate, then they would have it.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Okay.
I guess maybe. I don't think that makes sense. I would want to see their.
Well, I guess if they had a ritual where they all got like
Lobotomized.
Lobotomized as babies or something, that actually would make sense.
All people possess an innate arithmetic.
Okay. Well, that is the end of this
Created
section.
mathematics.
Actually, and we have 36 minutes to spare.
Again, these are much different than
Okay, so
the
yeah,
AAMC
I will say these did feel a lot easier.
A lot easier, but in some
A lot,
of the
maybe a little dumber.
Some of the things they asked us were not things the AAMC would ask.
That's
like
fair.
it
So,
relied on outside information, like
me-
Western Iran.
Correct me if I'm wrong. The next section's bio.
Yes, the next
Biology.
one's biochem.
Okay, so we have a slightly longer break, I think, between. Let me go ahead and stop the timer. But we've got a slightly longer break between this section and the next section, so we might get like a snack or something.
I might pop some popcorn.
Yeah, maybe we might pop some popcorn. We're not gonna take.
And I'm gonna make a latte.
She's gonna make a latte, a lavender latte.
I was gonna make them guess.
Oh, sorry. But we'll be back probably in less than the 30 minutes that were allotted for this break.
Oh, almost certainly.
But we're gonna leave.
I'll be back in the time it takes me to make my latte. And
Yeah,
pop some
we'll leave the timer running at least, just so you guys know. If we're gone for 35 minutes, we're probably dead. Help.
Call the police.
Yeah. But we'll be back.
Wait, they don't know where we live. Well, Cade knows, right? Jadavian should know.
Jadavian should know.
I need to share my location with Jadavian.
That's a little ominous. Okay, but we're gonna be back after a short intermission. We'll be back. Hello, everybody. I think we're back.
Oh, we are so back.
We are so
I
back.
hope anyway.
All right. So timer is getting restarted. And next is the chemistry section, right?
You wanted to do it again? You liked it
No,
so
the
much
biology
more?
section. The biology section. My bad. Okay. Bio section is next, and that is what it says at the top of the stream. I forgot. Oopsie whoopsie. Let me
It's
clear.
biochem.
Bio. What? It's bio.
Not.
It is at least
not
it is
biology.
at least 60% biology because it's biochem, right? Okay. And so just to recap, in our last section, Rig got 45 out of 53 questions, and I got 41 out of 53.
I know it felt so weird about the Chem Phys section. They did not ask me any questions about amino acids.
Oh, she has an app on her phone that just is like an amino acid quiz,
Uh-huh.
just to study that constantly.
It's really good, and it's the highest yield thing you can learn on the MCAT.
But so, mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Hun, do you wanna follow up on that statement? Is there any additional information?
There's actually a lot of additional information. I don't know how much you guys want to know about the mitochondria, or how familiar you guys are with it. There's DNA in your mitochondria that does not come from your nucleus. It comes from your mom, because all of the cellular components of a zygote come from the egg cell. The sperm is pretty much just a nucleus, mitochondria, and a flagellum in order to get itself to the egg. And pretty much the only thing it contributes is genes. So your mitochondrial DNA comes from your mom. The Krebs cycle and the electron transport chain are two really important metabolic processes. I mean, I guess that's still in the same vein of powerhouse of the cell, but those are located in your mitochondria. If something goes wrong with your electron transport chain, it'll cause like oxidative stress, and your mitochondria can die, and that's not fun.
Oh shoot.
And so that kills you, not like instantly, but it can, if it's widespread enough. I think mitochondria also have their own little ribosomes in there to do mitochondrial DNA, but I have to fact check
I think
that.
I have heard of that.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah. Mitoribosome. There you go. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So, are we about ready to get this
Are you
section
satisfied,
started?
Tyler?
I'm sure that was plenty of information. The stream lag is pretty substantial, so. You ready?
Yes, I'm trying to make sure I don't know anything else about the mitochondria. Oh, endosymbiosis theory. So mitochondria, the theory is that because mitochondria have their own DNA, they were eaten by what became a eukaryotic cell, and the bacteria benefits because it just produces ATP. The bacteria benefits because it's not going to get eaten and killed by something else. It just gets to live in the cell, and the cell benefits because it gets all this ATP to do high-level cellular functions. So that's endosymbiotic theory. I think chloroplasts are also thought to have been eaten by a larger cell and are now just little parts of the guys.
Great.
Awesome.
Very comprehensive. Thank you. Are we ready to start the timer?
Happily.
Let's do it. Okay. Passage 1 about leukemia. Okay, I think this seems like a readable passage, right?
Mm-hmm.
Leukemia is a term that describes a wide variety of blood cell cancers. Most leukemia cases involve elevated leukocyte counts. In acute cases of leukemia, immature leukocytes proliferate quickly, which leads to many abnormal immature cells in the bone marrow. This inhibits the ability of the bone marrow to produce healthy new leukocytes.
Mm-hmm. Leukocytes.
This form of the cancer progresses rapidly, and the cells metastasize easily as they move into the bloodstream from the bone marrow. It can be fatal within weeks or months if not treated promptly. In contrast, chronic cases of leukemia typically involve the proliferation of abnormal mature leukocytes. Leukocytes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this form of the disease progresses more slowly, and treatment need not always be immediate. Once classified as acute or chronic, leukemia can further be subdivided into
Lymphocytic or myelogenous.
Lymphocytic or myelogenous. This distinction depends on which type of leukocyte is abnormal in the patient. In lymphocytic leukemia, the lymphoid cells, such as the lymphocytes, are abnormal. In the say the word.
Myelogenous?
Myelogenous. The myeloid cells, such as basophils, neutrophils, and eosinophils, are affected.
He's actually smart at reading.
So,
and also
yeah.
the passages were easy.
The section that we did, the section in the middle was like the sort of like SAT, English comprehension things, and like I'm decent at those. So, the scores are like back 0 and 0 because we're starting a new section. If that's also what you're asking.
I'm so sad because normally I can get like 50 or out of 53 correct, and I got like 5 lower than that.
I think we're just going to assume that these are bad questions because of where they're from, right?
They're not accurate. They're not bad questions. This is still beneficial practice.
Okay.
And I appreciate you for
Good.
finding it.
But I gotta keep going so we don't run out of time. Chemotherapy drugs are often used in the management of leukemia cases. There are numerous categories of these drugs, and they have varied mechanisms of action. In treatment, several drugs are used in combination because some of the drugs are cell cycle specific while others are not. Alkyliding agents are capable of disrupting the function of DNA. Tubulin binding agents are designed to interfere with the microtubule formation. Other drugs are designed to interfere with DNA polymerase, DNA repair mechanisms, or protein synthesis to act as purine analogs. Many of these drugs cannot enter into the brain when injected or ingested, so if the cancer has spread to this area, special methods must be used to introduce the drugs to the brain. What would be the best explanation as to why people with chronic forms of leukemia can live longer untreated than those with acute cases of leukemia? Gotta read. I'm going B.
I'm going B as well. I don't think all of the above is correct.
B, let's go. Okay. What is the most logical explanation for why certain drugs may not be able to reach the brain if they have been ingested or injected?
You should so get this one
I'm
right.
gonna say A.
Yep.
Let's
I'm pretty
go.
sure it's A.
Let's go. Okay. A variety of risk factors exist for leukemia. Some of these factors include exposure to radiation, certain viral infections, and inherited tendencies. What do all of these factors have in common? I'm gonna say C?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Okay. Many leukemia patients require antibiotic treatments frequently. Why would this be the case?
I have my answer.
C?
Yep.
Let's go. Okay. Of the types of drugs mentioned in the passage, which category is most likely to be cell cycle specific? Where was that talked about at? I'm gonna say the tubulin ones, because I don't know.
I think tubulin because it's for mitosis.
Okay. Let's go. We're doing pretty good so far. It is not uncommon for leukemia patients to receive stem cell transplants. Why might this be a productive treatment option? I'm gonna say D.
I'm gonna say A because it most aligns like the definition of a stem cell.
I'm going D. Ah, tough. Okay. D has got the lead already. Okay, passage 2. The kidneys are responsible for filtering certain components of blood and producing urine from them. In an adult, the kidneys are typically capable of processing about 1 to 1.5 liters of water per hour depending on the individual and conditions within the body. In a condition known as water intoxication, a person ingests more water, usually 3 or more liters in a single sitting, in a shorter period of time than the kidneys can process. In a child, the amount of water required to induce water intoxication is much less. As the excess water moves from the digestive system, it accumulates in the plasma and extracellular fluids. Electrolytes such as sodium are drawn out of the cells in an attempt to equilibrate the concentrations inside and outside the cells. As more and more water enters the extracellular fluids, the plasma sodium concentration drops, leading to a condition called hyponatremia. Hyponatremia, defined as plasma sodium concentration less than 130. Is that millimole?
Yeah,
millimoles per liter. Due to the effects of osmosis, the water begins entering the cells. The cells will begin to swell and may eventually burst if the condition is not reversed in a timely manner. The situation becomes increasingly problematic as the cells and tissues of the central nervous system take in more water. Pressure builds in the brain that causes symptoms and resemble alcohol intoxication. Lightheadedness, nausea, vomiting, and headaches are typical as well. Damage can also occur in the lungs and heart. If not treated promptly, seizures, coma, and death can occur within several hours. So question 7. During water intoxication, the concentrations of the intracellular and extracellular fluids are not at equilibrium. In this situation, the extracellular fluid would be to the cells. Oh shoot, I learned this. I gotta remember.
Let me see. Excess water moves from the digestive system, accumulates in the plasma and
I think it's C, hypotonic?
I don't know. Okay.
Jadavian's saying if I don't get this right. I think it's hypotonic.
I'm trying to make sure. So there's more water in the extracellular fluids than there is in the cell. But the cell, ends up... Water... Yeah, okay, yeah, water is the extracellular fluid is hypotonic.
Sick.
I overthought
See, Jadavian,
that. I overthought that so hard.
Look at how much quicker I got that than her, Jadavian. You should be proud of me. Okay. Imbalances in sodium ion concentrations would most likely cause problems with...
I know this one.
Neuron function?
Yeah.
Let's go.
The sodium-potassium pump.
Of the options listed, what would be the best treatment for someone suffering from water intoxication? I'm gonna say A.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. Wait, which question did you get right that I got wrong again? Was it this one? Okay, yeah, it was. Okay, due to the excess water consumed that causes water intoxication, which of the following responses to this excess water would not be expected in the body? I'm gonna say B.
That's what I think, yeah.
Alright.
You're gonna want to be diureticing that.
Let's go. Okay. The regulation of water and sodium levels in the nephrons is adjusted in 2 regions of the kidney where water and sodium can be reabsorbed from the nephron and returned to circulation. Those regions are the... I'm saying A. I don't know what any of these are.
I believe it's a DCT and a collecting duct.
Which is C.
Well, loop of Henle, hang on. Loop of Henle also absorbs water, but if it's talking about the regulation is adjusted in 2 regions, it's DCT and collecting duct. Ooh.
Both of us were wrong. Alright.
Alright. But they don't add it to the loop of Henle.
I wouldn't know. Okay. Death that occurs due to water intoxication involves swelling and damage to certain parts of the central nervous system. Damage to which of these structures in the central nervous system would be most likely to have fatal consequences? Cerebrum?
I'm gonna say the medulla oblongata because I think that's what does your autonomic nervous system stuff.
Tough, yeah. Alright, fair enough. Alright, passage 3. Sperm count in human males is influenced by a variety of factors. One of the most important variables affecting sperm count is the number of Sertoli cells located in seminiferous tubules of the testes. The Sertoli cell's primary function is to nurture cells through the process of spermatogenesis by providing them with nutrients and an environment conducive to spermatogenesis. Each Sertoli cell has a set number of spermatozoa that it can support. Sertoli cells have an additional role in forming the blood-testes barrier that provides immune privilege for the seminiferous tubules.
I've told you about this.
Yes, you have. This forms a physical barricade that keeps the developing sperm from coming into contact with cells of the immune system. While it is not clear as to all the factors involved in determining Sertoli cell number, it is apparent that their development is most crucial during the first 9 months of life and prior to puberty. Events that affect the development of Sertoli cells in young males can influence fertility later in life. There may also be genetic factors involved in determining the number of Sertoli cells formed in a particular male. The following data was collected from 2 groups of men. The men in Group 1 had a normal sperm count, while the men in Group 2 were seeking infertility treatment due to low sperm count levels. Levels of follicle-stimulating hormone, FSH, and luteinizing hormone from the pituitary were measured, as were the testicular hormones inhibin B and testosterone, in an attempt to determine which hormones seem to be linked to reduced sperm count. Okay? In which group do you expect to see a higher number of Sertoli cells? Group
This
2?
is probably pretty easy.
Or no, Group 1.
Yeah, this should be easy.
Group 1. Yeah. Okay. Based on the data provided from both groups in the table, it is suggested that there is... Let's see. I'm thinking. I'm gonna say B.
I'm gonna say B2 because that's the most common type of feedback.
Sick.
There are very few positive feedback relationships in hormone
Well, I just looked at
signaling.
the numbers and it was like, this number get way smaller, this number get way bigger, here it's big and here it's small, and the rest of them just weren't that different, right? Like, these two aren't as different as, like, these guys. And then, this guy doesn't really change at all. Okay. An elevated level of which hormone seems to be the best indicator of sperm count? It's, inhibin B, right?
I think so.
Sick. Why would it be important for the Sertoli cells to establish a blood-testes barrier and immune privilege? It would be A, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let's check. Yeah. Cool. The hormones FSH and LH are also involved in
Oogenesis.
oogenesis. Is that actually what it's called?
Yeah.
Why isn't it like ovogenesis? Because isn't ovo egg?
Because O is the prefix, just like
That's so funny. Okay. When LH surges in the ovarian cycle, what event will result?
Oh, I know what it is.
Oh, shoot. If I get all the man questions right and I don't get the woman questions, she's gonna beat me.
No, I think I might know what this one is. I'm not super confident on this. Again, the hormone cycles are hard for me because some spike and some decrease at the same time.
I'm gonna say A. I'm saying A.
I'm saying D. I think it's the corpus luteum degradation. That's why it's called luteinizing hormone, I believe.
Oh.
Oh, shoot, you're right, because it forms, dang it.
Man, we both got the woman question
It forms the
wrong.
corpus luteum during ovulation. It goes from a follicle to the corpus. Man.
I'm sorry. Fully differentiated Sertoli cells lose the ability to proliferate to produce more Sertoli cells. This would mean that they cannot perform its meiosis, right?
Maybe.
I think it's meiosis.
It is. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Oh, that's right. Hey. So,
Devastated.
stop. Hang on. So, your things don't just go into meiosis, like, right away. They do mitosis first. That way men can just keep continually producing sperm. Women have a finite number of eggs that undergo meiosis, but men, like, duplicate. Like, it's like editing a copy of a template. So you got your template, you make a copy, and then you do your thing on that template. Oh, not on the template, on the copy.
Man, tough. Okay.
I always forget that.
Passage 4. Osteomyelitis.
Yeah, osteomyelitis.
Osteomyelitis is a bone infection often caused by the bacterium Staphylococcus aureus, which spreads through the blood to the bones. The infection is quite common after surgeries when soft tissues become infected and the infection moves to the adjacent bones. The long bones of children are particularly susceptible as they have excellent circulation to them during the growth period. In adults, the best circulation is to the vertebrae, and these are the bones that are most likely to develop
Myelitis.
Osteomyelitis. Osteomyelitis is treated with various antibiotics, but some patients have chronic infections that are not eradicated by antibiotic therapy due to a unique feature of S. aureus. S. aureus can be internalized by osteoblasts, where the bacteria can continue to survive in the intracellular environment. Inside the osteoblast, bacteria can induce apoptosis, killing their host cell. Surgical debridement is often required to remove the damaged and dead bone tissue created by the infection. A major research question deals with how an S. aureus infection induces apoptosis in the host osteoblasts. In order for apoptosis to initiate an osteoblast, the enzyme capsase 8 must be activated. This enzyme serves as a protease that cleaves critical proteins in the cell, causing cell death. Capsase 8 is only expressed under certain circumstances. In the case of osteomyelitis, the S. aureus bacteria cause the induction of tumor necrosis factor-related apoptosis-inducing ligand, TRAIL, in the osteoblasts. Then TRAIL activates capsase 8, which triggers a series of events leading to apoptosis and the death of osteoblasts. I don't think I'm going to do too well on this one. Okay. Which of the following potential drugs might be helpful in preventing the death of osteoblasts caused by S. aureus infection? I guess C? Sick. Osteoblasts are unusual in that they actively engulf S. aureus, which survives in the osteoblast and eventually triggers apoptosis. In engulfing the bacteria, the osteoblasts resemble the normal activities of which type of leukocyte? Macrophage? Yeah. Okay. Osteomyelitis begins when S. aureus enters the bloodstream and moves to the bones. Under normal conditions, the non-specific immune defense that would be activated as bacteria enter the blood would be... antibody production by plasma cells, right?
No, the complement system, I believe.
Man, you're right.
Because antibody production is specific, right? You have specific antibodies for an infection. Cytotoxic T cells are also specific. The innate immune response is the complement system.
Gotcha. Okay. Good to know. Many strains of S. aureus that cause osteomyelitis are termed methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, MRSA.
I was waiting for a MRSA question.
These strains have developed resistance to the antibiotic methicillin as well as to other antibiotics. The mechanism by which this antibiotic resistance occurs is by... I'm gonna say B? Or maybe, no, I'm gonna say D. I'm going D. I'm going all of the above, baby.
It depends, because if the patients are, Mechanism is by mutations, serve as mutagens. I'm ahead by one, I'll go B.
You're gonna go B? Ah, man. Hate it here. The strains of S. aureus associated with osteomyelitis have a variety of cell adhesion molecules called adhesins that help them to attach to and be internalized by osteoblasts. These molecules are likely found in which of the following bacterial structures? Say the capsule.
I believe that's right.
Yeah, let's go. It's like on the outside, that's how they tell, right? Okay. Osteoblasts are normally involved in building new bone matrix. Their activity is stimulated by the hormone made by the... bone marrow? Osteotonin? I'm gonna say osteotonin, bone marrow.
I'm really bad at remembering the effects of calcitonin and, parathyroid hormone. It's not osteotonin.
Dang, okay, well.
Either calcitonin or PTH. I'm gonna go with, calcitonin.
Ugh, man, okay. I'm glad you're winning, but I kind of wish I was a little bit.
Dog, I need to win so much more than you.
That's true, that's true. Alright, passage 5. Endothelin?
Endothelin.
Endothelin is a vasoactive peptide involved in a variety of processes, including the control of blood flow. Endothelin is capable of binding to 2 different receptors. There are receptors for endothelin located on smooth muscle, ETA, and receptors for endothelin located on vascular endothelium, ETB. When endothelium binds to ETA, it initiates vasoconstriction by narrowing blood vessels. However, when endothelin binds to ETB, vasodilation occurs due to the widening of blood vessels. The activity of the ETB receptor seems to counter-regulate the ETA effect and prevents excessive vasoconstriction. Drug X is a selective receptor antagonist for endothelin. It is designed to bind preferentially to certain endothelin receptors. Drug Y is another selective receptor antagonist for endothelin. It is also designed to preferentially bind to one of the endothelin receptors. Researchers are hopeful that drugs X and Y will be of value in the treatment of conditions such as pulmonary arterial hypertension, PAH. In PAH, excess endothelin is produced, which causes an increase in blood pressure within the pulmonary arteries. Normal pressure in the pulmonary arteries is expected to be about 14 mmHg. What does that mean?
Millimoles of mercury.
Millimoles
it's just a
of
unit
mercury.
of pressure.
Okay. Pressure at or above 25 millimoles of mercury constitutes PAH. Both drugs have been tested in patients with PAH. There were 5 patients in each group. At the end of the study, the percent decrease in mean pulmonary artery pressure was measured for each patient and reported in the table. Okay, and there's our table. Solely based on the data provided, which conclusion should be drawn concerning the effectiveness of drugs X and Y?
I hate that I can't tell if the decrease is supposed to be positive. Like, if it's decreases, it's a positive decrease. The percent decrease is measured.
I mean, that's
Normally they would have a little caption.
Mm.
No, like, it doesn't have to be super detailed. It could just be a
I think...
That negative value, it means decrease.
Yeah, I'm gonna say D.
Yeah, I'm gonna say D as well.
Ooh.
Hang on.
What?
I don't know how I feel about that one.
Or maybe average decrease. So this was a decrease of 2.4%.
Ah, I see.
Okay, that's a weird way to phrase that. Okay. Which endothelin receptor is drug X selectively binding to?
I don't know.
Hang on, I'm looking. It's either A or B. Because it's very clear that it only binds to one.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I'm gonna say ETA.
I think it's ETA because drug X is the one that resulted in a decrease, and ETA initiates vasoconstriction.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and so if they bind to wait a sec. If it binds to ETA, that means it won't happen.
I'm sticking with my answer. Again, it's in the passage. Hey, honey.
There's no answer provided for this one.
Oh, baby, it's a receptor antagonist. That means that it's an inhibitor.
Yeah, and so that means that it goes to ETA and it stops it from happening, right?
Yeah, that means
but
it
ETA
stops vasoconstriction.
Constricts the blood vessels, which would increase the blood pressure.
And we want it decreased.
Yes.
We want the pressure to go down. So if we stop it from increasing blood pressure, see, look, excess endothelin is produced, which will cause an increase in blood pressure. Here, I'll draw it out for you. So, say that I have a seat on a bus, right? I've got a seat on a bus. Endothelin could come and sit here, and then them sitting here is really unlucky, and it'll cause the bus to crash.
I know how the receptors work. I know how, like,
but an agonist would increase the function, so that would make the bus crash faster. But an antagonist, like this guy who's wearing a hat, is lucky, and he will not make the bus crash. Now, the other one will make the bus, like, park. The other one We'll keep the bus in park, no crashing.
I'm just gonna take your word for it. So you said A?
ETA, I think so. Chat,
Okay.
do you guys agree with me?
Yeah, I guess we'll see. But I also technically said A, so I get point.
Hang on. Well, then you were like, wait, no. But look, I
But we can't
swear
confirm,
that
so I lock in A, and that's what we're going with.
Because it decreases
It sucks that there's no
blood.
answer though. Like, how'd they do that?
Vasoconstriction increases blood pressure. If you decrease vasoconstriction, you decrease blood pressure.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. If a patient has PAH, the heart can become overly stressed, which can ultimately lead to heart failure. Which area of the heart is most likely to initially be affected by increased blood pressure in pulmonary arteries?
I just learned about this.
I sure didn't. So I'm gonna say the left ventricle.
What is the left ventricle? Draw the pulmonary circuit for me real quick.
No, I have no idea.
If you draw the
So in
what side of heart?
Minecraft, when you draw a heart, there's like a half of the heart that can turn black whenever you take damage, right?
And what does that mean?
And so in normal heart, I don't know, you got like chambers or something, and you got some like tubes.
That is not what the heart like.
There's like 4 of them, right?
Yeah, there's 4 sections. Point to the atria for me. Can you point to the atria for me in the heart? Which one's the atria and which one's the ventricle?
Or no, wait, one of these is atria, ventricle.
Correct. So now,
So,
which side of the heart is left and which side is right? If you're looking at it like
this side
this.
left?
Correct. That's the left side of the heart.
No,
Good job.
the side that I drew on the right, just for the viewers.
Yes, because everything is like from the vantage point of the patient.
Yeah.
So anyways, what side does blood go into the heart?
This side, right?
Yeah, it goes in on the right side. And then where does it go? So it goes in, what part of the right side does it go to?
It goes here first.
And then where does it go?
It goes here.
And then where does it go?
Here.
Does it just go to the other ventricle? Or does it leave the heart for a little bit?
I'm not sure. Hang on. I gotta.
Don't look it up!
I
Don't
gotta
look it up!
fix the
Don't look it up!
music. I'm
Okay.
not looking it up. I wouldn't even know what to look up. Give me some credit. Come on.
Sorry, this is getting very, very heated.
This is not heated. I don't care. What is the what?
Hang on.
I guessed wrong. What is the answer?
No, tell me. So it goes from the right atria to the right ventricle, and then where does it go?
I guess here, because you said the other one was wrong.
No, it doesn't go to the left ventricle.
Does it go into the body?
No.
Does it go here?
Sort of.
That's every option on the diagram.
Here, it goes from the body into the atrium, into the ventricle, but then where does it go? It doesn't go into our circulatory system straight away. Because what's an important part about this
Oh, does
blood?
it go to the lungs?
Yes, it goes to the lungs. It does go to the lungs, and that is our pulmonary artery. So this is a pulmonary artery, takes blood out of the heart into the lungs, and then our pulmonary vein brings it back where?
To this quadrant.
What is it called?
Ventricle, left ventricle, left.
No, atria is
Atria.
where the blood comes into the heart.
So left ventricle then.
Yeah, no.
Oh wait, right ventricle.
Our right ventricle pumps blood out. Hang on, here we go. So our right atria takes blood from our body and passes it to the ventricle, which pumps it to the lungs, right? So when that blood comes back to the heart through the pulmonary vein, where does it enter the heart?
From here?
It enters the heart from here, but what chamber of the heart does it go into?
That is the left atria.
Correct! Atria is where the blood comes in from somewhere that's not the heart.
I said that already.
No, you said the ventricle. You kept
And
saying...
then I pointed to that one.
Yeah, but that's not... This is not a very good drawing, so...
It is most certainly not.
Anyway, so then it goes from the left atria, where does it go?
Left ventricle.
Correct. And then where?
And then the body?
Yes, it passes through the aorta and it goes into your body.
Very nice.
Good.
So, okay, I
You
still got it
learned
wrong.
that. I think it's the right ventricle because that's where the pulmonary.
Oh, you weren't even right. Okay.
What? The right
Stick.
and
Take-
left
I'm
ventricles.
relishing in taking that point back. Okay.
Hang on, why though? Is what I'm.
Wait,
curious
isn't that what
about.
I said?
I don't know what you said.
I think I did say the right.
I'll give you a point.
Let's go. If I'm
Wait,
wrong,
did you say the right
No, I'm
ventricle or
not.
the right and left ventricle?
I think I said the right ventricle.
Well, that's the wrong answer.
Or wait,
The correct answer. So neither of us got points.
did we both pick the same thing? I just picked it wrong.
Error most
tripping
likely
so
to
hard.
initially be an increase in blood pressure of the pulmonary arteries. It would probably, if it's the increased blood pressure in the pulmonary system, it would probably impact the right ventricle and left atria, because those are the two components that interact with the pulmonary circuit. I don't know. I'd have to look into that one.
Okay. Well, let's keep moving though. A patient overexpresses the ETB receptor. Explain what should happen to the patient's pressure.
I have my answer.
I'm gonna say B.
That's what I'm thinking.
Let's go. Suppose a patient suffers from chronic systolic and diastolic hypertension due to an inherited defect in an endothelial receptor. How would the kidneys attempt to alleviate the hypertension?
Alright.
I'm gonna say B.
I think it's A.
Oh.
Ooh. So does aldosterone... I guess aldosterone... I thought aldosterone, like the RAS pathway, increased, retention. I didn't know it increased secretion, but it might.
Well, there we go. In addition to regulation of vessel diameter, ETA is known to have other roles in the body. When activated by a specific type of endothelin, ETA can synergize with growth factors to cause rapid cell proliferation. Based on this information, it is most likely that ETA can be involved with... I'm gonna say B?
Yeah. Rapid cell if you see rapid cell proliferation, it's usually like some type of cancer.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Okay, got a short passage. An endocrinologist has been studying an enzyme that she suspects is the rate-limiting step in the conversion of cholesterol to estrogen. It is reported in the literature that female mice with a mutation in the gene coding for this enzyme reach sexual maturity earlier than mice without the mutation. Controlled experiments are completed using breeding pairs of wild-type mice and the mutant strain of mice. The plasma estrogen concentration is measured in female offspring at 3 weeks of age prior to sexual maturity, which typically occurs by 6 weeks of age. The results in estrogen per gram, estrogen PG per milliliter. What is a PG?
Picogram.
Picogram per milliliter of plasma are seen in the following table. What conclusion can be made based on this data?
Do you have your answer?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's C.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Alright. The rate-limiting step in a metabolic pathway... I'm gonna say D?
Yeah.
Makes sense. That's a thing in computer networking as well. Rate limiting. So, recent studies have shown that cholesterol levels in women can vary significantly depending on where a woman is in her reproductive cycle. Most notable is the fact that total and LDL cholesterol levels typically decline at all points in the cycle where estrogen levels are at their highest. Based on this, we would expect that total and LDL cholesterol levels would be the lowest. This is just a period cycle question, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be,
Oh, don't tell me, I'm thinking. I don't know when estrogen levels are the highest.
well, estrogen levels are not the highest following menopause or prior to puberty.
Oh, hang on, I'm thinking. Well, yeah, not menopause, obviously, or prior to puberty, so it's... I mean, during ovulation, right?
I can't remember if it's during ovulation or during menstruation.
I'm saying during
because
ovulation.
we have an LH spike during ovulation. And progesterone is increasing.
I'm saying C. What are you saying?
I'm gonna say B just to differentiate.
Yo!
You got it.
Thank you, baby. Thank you for letting me have that, because I'm sure you would have picked C if left to your own devices. In addition to serving as a precursor for steroid biosynthesis, cholesterol has a variety of other roles in the body, including... I'm wanting to say A or C. I'm gonna say A.
It is A.
Let's go. Based on the data presented, it is likely that... C?
Yeah.
Nice. If plasma cholesterol levels were to be measured, what would you expect to see in female mice that have reached sexual maturity as compared to female mice that are far from reaching sexual maturity? Let's see. I'm gonna say D.
Yeah, I think so, because, like, they're gonna be decreasing sexual maturity.
Yes. Sick. Okay. Passage 7. Human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, is known to infect T cells and macrophages possessing the CD4 receptor. In addition to the CD4 receptor, there are a variety of co-receptors that are also needed for certain strains of HIV to infect cells. One of these co-receptors is called CCR5. It is needed for the most common strains of HIV, called R5, to infect their host cells. The more CCR5 receptors a cell has, the greater the rate of infection for the cell. Some individuals have the delta 32 allele of CCR5 that leads to a decreased risk of HIV infection. Women are at a much higher risk for contracting HIV from a male partner than a male is for contracting HIV from a female partner. Some of the increase for women is dependent on sex hormones. It has been hypothesized that women have different risks of contracting HIV at different points in their reproductive cycles. For example, women may be at a greater risk of contracting HIV following ovulation during the last 2 weeks of their cycle as opposed to the first 2 weeks of their cycle prior to ovulation. The difference between risk of infection before and after ovulation relates to sex hormones produced at various points in the reproductive cycle. It seems that the estrogen that is produced prior to ovulation provides a somewhat protective, although certainly not absolute, role against HIV infection. For women who do become infected with HIV, studies have shown that women in the first 3 to 5 years after HIV infection can carry lower HIV viral loads than men, perhaps due to the influence of estrogen. This suggests a major role for sex hormones in the infection and progression of HIV. According to the hypothesis presented concerning estrogen's role in HIV infection, which of these individuals would be at least risk for HIV infection? Let's say B.
I think so.
Because if estrogen prevents HIV, I mean, yeah. Okay, makes sense. Women are at a higher risk of contracting HIV following ovulation. Based on the normal events of the female reproductive cycle, which hormone might account for the increased risk of HIV infection in women following ovulation?
Hang on, here we go.
I thought it was more about the levels of estrogen decreasing.
So women are higher risk, following ovulation.
I'm going A.
Hang on.
It's the only other one of these I really know anything about.
Yeah, I think progesterone is there, and then it falls off during the first few weeks, and that's what causes the breakdown of the
Let's go.
endometrium.
Correct. Okay. As a result of chronic infection with HIV, the CCR5 gene is generally upregulated over time. This would most likely account for
Probably A.
I'm trying to read, hang on. Yeah, I think so as well. Sick. Okay. Some populations with Delta 32 CCR5 mutations seem to have close to 100% protection against HIV, while other populations with the Delta 32 CCR5 mutation seem to have only partial protection. What could account for this difference?
my answer?
I'm gonna say it's B.
I think it's B too.
When in doubt, go for the longest answer, because that was correct. Okay. HIV belongs to a unique category of viruses termed retroviruses. Which of the following enzymes would be unique to retroviruses? I'm gonna say reverse transcriptase.
Correct. What does reverse transcriptase do?
I'm gonna assume it just based on the name retrovirus and the name reverse transcriptase, it sort of will stop the cell from doing the transcription or even reverse it.
Alright, so here's the thing. An HIV virus lands on your little cell, and it is holding a copy. It has 2 single-stranded copies of RNA as its genome. It is an RNA-based virus. Viruses can have either RNA or DNA, but they use RNA to encode their genetic material. And that genetic material is essentially just an instruction manual to code and make more little viruses. So it binds to the cell, it injects that genetic information into the cell, and the reverse transcriptases that it carries with it. And so what those reverse transcriptases do is they penetrate the nucleus of the cell, they get into your cell's genome, they reverse. Basically, it's like they translate the RNA genome into DNA, and so whenever the cell is coding its DNA and using its own DNA to do the things that the cell needs, that virus instruction manual's in there, and so while the cell's doing its own thing, it sees that information there and it's like, oh cool, I'm gonna make parts for the virus because it's in my instruction manual for what I need to do. And so the viral genome is now in your genome, and when that cell, the cell doesn't usually get to divide. It'll essentially, the virus essentially just uses your cell as a little factory to make a bunch more viruses, and then it can get to the point where the cells will rupture with how many viruses are in there.
Mm-hmm.
And once that happens, there's tons of new viruses to go and infect more cells. Does that make sense?
Yes,
So,
I know how the viruses work.
Yeah, but that's how retroviruses specifically work. Not all viruses inject it into the genome of the host cell. That one's just a really fun one that uses reverse transcriptase. It's pretty cool.
Gotcha. Alright, drugs such as AZT and DDL are nucleoside analogs used in HIV-infected patients. Both are chemically modified versions of the nucleotides that make up DNA and RNA. These modified nucleosides interfere with normal replication and transcription. The most important goal of these drugs would be D, right?
I'm trying to think. So, if there are abnormal RNAs coded, so when you're transcribing a host cell RNA, the proteins are the issue with replication of the viral genome. The genome itself is kind of a minor issue. I could see it going either way. I'm gonna say D though, because...
Is that the same answer as me, copycat?
Oh.
You can pick it, it's fine.
Hang
Don't worry.
on.
I promise, I'm being petty.
It doesn't prevent it from entering host cells. It doesn't prevent replication of host DNA. It doesn't want... You're not going to take a medication that makes it so your cells can't function. That would be very bad.
Pretty bad, yeah.
I'm just going to say D.
Yeah. Okay. Passage 8. Got a longer one this time. In the past, there's been a great deal of controversy over the existence of viable but non-culturable VBNC states in bacteria. While normal culturing methods cannot detect these VBNC cells, there are a variety of molecular assays that can be used to indicate metabolic activity in the cells. Additionally, these cells can be...
Resuscitated.
Oh, that's how you spell that?
Yeah.
Huh. Resuscitated from VBNC states to a culturable state under appropriate conditions. The VBNC state has been observed in numerous species of bacteria and most recently in yeast.
Dog, I'm in a VBNC state.
Escherichia?
It doesn't matter, it's just E. coli.
E. coli is one of the many species of bacteria that are able to enter and resuscitate from VBNC states. Certain strains of E. coli cause a variety of infections in humans. Urinary tract infections in women are frequently caused by E. coli that exist as harmless residents in the intestinal tract. These infections can be treated using antibiotics to kill the E. coli, however, about 30% of women treated for UTIs end up with a recurrence. For those who support the VBNC's theory, it has been hypothesized that recurrent UTIs are caused by VBNC E. coli that resuscitate to initiate a new infection. These VBNC cells may not be killed using antibiotic therapies normally used to treat UTIs. Only culturable cells cause these symptoms of a UTI. The following graph shows the number of E. coli bacteria present in a patient following antibiotic therapy for a UTI. Day 1 indicates the number of bacteria present at diagnosis. A urine sample was collected each day and cultured for the presence of E. coli as measured in colony-forming units per milliliter of urine, CFU per ml. An assay was also used to determine the number of metabolically active cells that were potentially alive but not culturable. The data are as follows. Okay, what can you conclude from the graph?
There's still metabolically active cells there, so I think maybe B. Patient may be at risk for a recurrent infection because, look, the current infection's treated. The cells in the urine are down. But there are still metabolically active cells there.
Yeah, I think B is... I think that makes sense. Woo!
Woohoo!
Which piece of information would be the best support for the existence of the VBNC state? Definitely D, right?
Yeah, because you can like they're actually transcribing and like making new little components.
Yep. So that's a sign of like life and all.
They be doing things.
Why would women be more likely to contract a UTI caused by E. coli as compared to men? I'm saying B.
Because it's the longest answer.
No, not because it's the longest answer, it's just the one that makes the most sense, I think.
It is true.
So that's the answer? You think?
Women are also harder to catheterize, but that is because, I guess it's just, like, visibility. I've heard of patients, like, female patients getting incorrectly catheterized by professionals.
Okay. If the antibiotic treatment used in the graph was continued for a period of 30 days, the most likely prediction would be, I
think I have my little theory.
I'm thinking. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say D.
My theory is this is an antibiotic resistance question, but I could be wrong.
So?
I'm saying A.
Yes!
Oh, you got it!
Yes, dude. Let's go. Okay. The primary concern with the extended use of antibiotics to treat infections is that...
Yeah, this is the antibiotic resistance question that I was waiting for.
It's A, right? It's A.
You're picking A?
I'm picking A.
I'm picking B.
Ah, dang.
Selective pressure. Natural selection, right?
Yeah.
Hang on. Do you understand? Will induce resistance in bacteria. It says resistance. It said bacteria resistance, not people immune.
Moving on. Okay.
Honey, my sweet love. You handsome man. It said resistance in there.
You can't prove it. It's off screen now.
I love you so much. I'm so glad I'm the doctor in the family.
Well, you're not a doctor yet.
I'm hoping to be.
Can't be giving yourself the credit fully.
I'm optimistic. I'm glad that you're not attempting to be the doctor in the family.
Certainly not. One theory concerning VBNC cells is that they're simply on their way to dying. A piece of evidence that would refute that theory would be...
If some of the VBNC cells did die is so funny.
Yeah, I know.
Prove them wrong.
I mean...
There's only one answer to this.
B, right?
Yeah. Apoptosis is cell death.
Yeah. Okay, not associated with the passage.
Yay!
Okay.
Freebies.
Which of the following explanations could account for the fact that dominant alleles that cause fatal disorders are less common than the recessive alleles that cause fatal disorders? A.
Yeah. There's also, well, lethal alleles are, you can have dominant or recessive ones, but there's, like, Huntington's disease is an example of a lethal, like, most lethal alleles you will die, like, either very early, but Huntington's disease, you find out that you have it in, like, your 30s.
Right.
Very sad. And at that age, you've already had, like, kids.
Yeah,
and
in a lot of
stuff,
cases.
so you could have, like, passed it down. So sad. It's definitely a reason to get genetically tested.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Like, not like ancestry, but like getting your genome processed to see if you have any of
there
those
is a
disease
difference.
markers.
And just as a little PSA, 23andMe is going bankrupt, and like they're probably gonna like sell the data of your like literal genome to someone else.
Well, here's the thing. They were in court because they're like, oh no, we're bankrupting. We want to make some money. So they are allowed by a judge to sell your genome data. Obviously not with like your name attached and stuff, but like still.
But like that information could potentially be traceable.
It is. It absolutely could.
And
be.
so that's your warning from me to not ever do one of those like ancestry tests, because unless you would like give like the literal data of your genome to like the person that handles your health insurance, don't give it to anyone, because like it can get back around, and it probably won't, at least not anytime soon, but you never know what'll happen. And I promise you don't need to know that bad.
Do you remember when it wasn't illegal? Like, do you remember when it used to be legal for health insurance companies to not cover pre-existing conditions? You remember that?
I thought that was already like the way it was.
No, I think now they have to. I could be spouting misinformation. Apologies if I am, but like
I'm not sure.
nowadays, like I get new health insurance, they have to cover my treatment for stuff that I'm already getting treated for. Like they can't just discriminate.
I like that.
Very good, especially for people with chronic illnesses, which matter.
A certain type of cell makes antibodies that are secreted from the cell. It is possible to track the path of these as they leave the cell by labeling them with radioactive isotopes. Which of the following might be the path of antibodies from where they're made to the cell membrane?
Radioactive is my favorite song.
I'm waking up.
That's actually not true, guys. I'm spreading misinformation. Radioactive is not my favorite song.
It is her favorite song, guys. Help,
No,
please,
no,
help,
no.
please. She loves Radioactive so much.
I listen to Chapel Roan. I don't think they would believe that I listen to Radioactive on a daily basis.
You seem like you would have had an Imagine Dragons phase in middle school, though.
Is it a phase if it was like one of the things that your mom bought on like iTunes? Like one of the 3 albums that she had purchased?
Count. You should have figured out how to pirate music earlier.
No, I was a little law-abiding child, except for trespassing on private property.
Yeah, fair. Okay, answering the question though.
Is this what the people want? Is this what the people want? Are you guys really dying to know?
What, to know that you're a criminal?
I'm not a criminal.
We are both objectively criminals. Okay, but
you dated me for a month and 4 days when I was a minor.
Yeah, and how many red lights have you run?
What? I don't do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, moving on. So I have no clue where antibodies get made.
The antibody making is not important. That's not the important thing to get here. That's not the important.
I'm gonna say B.
I believe so. I think they're made in the rough ER because they're proteins. Shipped to the Golgi for packaging into the cell membrane. Why would you not send them to the lysosomes first?
There wasn't an option with the rough ER, so...
So why do lysosomes matter? Well, the rough ER isn't what I looked for. Golgi was what I looked for.
Well, but they all have Golgi.
No.
Oh, the bottom one doesn't?
Why would you not send them to the lysosome?
I don't know what the lysosome do.
Think of the lysosome as the antibody exploding chamber.
Okay. See, gun to my head, I could not tell you what a lysosome does, so I said...
Well, they have lysozymes in them.
So what is your answer?
Same as yours.
Cool.
But yeah, the lysozyme is essentially the something exploding, the stuff exploding chamber.
Got it. Okay. A scientist suspects that the food in an ecosystem may have been contaminated with radioactive phosphates over a period of months. Which of the following substances could be examined for radioactive phosphate to test the hypothesis? The
Waking
carbohydrates
up.
produced by plants in the area, the DNA of the organisms in the area, the lipids produced by organisms living in the area, or all of the above.
Why'd you just take on such a saucy cadence?
I didn't mean to. I don't know. I'm gonna say all of the above. I don't know.
Cool, it's not.
Okay, is it
DNA.
the lipids? Okay,
Dog!
I don't know.
Lipids only have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen in them unless you're talking phospholipid.
I don't know. Okay.
Brother, carbohydrates also only have carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen.
But the-
DNA has
but they do
phosphodiester bonds. You hear
And
me?
that will be the-
Phosphodiester bonds.
That will be the name of the next very mid-indie band that comes out with a one-hit wonder. Okay. Neurons contain a high concentration of potassium ions relative to the fluid surrounding them. How could a neuron acquire even more potassium? Active transport.
Correct.
Sick.
What is the how do they get it? How do they get the potassium? Tell me. We talked about this. I talked about it earlier.
What do you mean? How do they get the
What is
potassium?
what is the little protein that lets them get the potassium?
Oh shoot. It's like there's like the channel proteins, right?
No, channel proteins are passive transport. If there's
Yeah,
a high
and that's why I
concentration,
was saying there was that, and then there's. I don't remember what it was, but it's the one that needs like the ATP to go.
What's the other ion that is also transported across its gradient?
Carbohydrates? Or no, wait.
Ion. I said ion. Ion, brother.
I don't know what an ion is. I don't know.
Ion
what
is a small charged molecule. Sodium ion,
Okay.
potassium ion,
I just smudged my
nitrate
glasses.
ion,
really
chloride
bad.
ion. There's little small charged molecules.
Okay.
We talked about them a lot. So think of another ion that would get transported along, like, okay. So I'll draw you a little neuron here. So we have our little protein, and this is our neuron. It's our Siberian purple hamster neuron, is what my intro to neuro professor called it, because that's not what cells ever actually look like. So we have potassium coming into the cell. So there's a lot in here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the other thing is transported in or out of the cell?
In?
Do you think another thing is transported into the cell?
I don't know. I mean, that's what sort of the question's indicating.
Okay, so here's the thing. There's 2 potassium transported in. And it's supposed to create,
Well, obviously the answer is the other thing if you said this
Hang on.
one is wrong.
No, are neurons more positive or negative than their extracellular environment? Is it negative in here or is it positive in here compared to the outside?
Positive, I think.
I don't know how to, like, explain. No, that's not the... They're
I-
negative. Neurons
okay.
are negative. Because they have to depolarize
Mm-hmm.
in order to fire an action potential. So the neuron in here is negative. So if it's transporting 2 positive charges in, what does it need to be doing in order to make sure it's negative?
Putting out the positive stuff.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So it's putting out something that's it's putting out a positive ion. How many?
1
Well, no,
or
because
2.
then it's a net. There's no net change in charge, right? If it only has
3.
3, correct. So we got 3 going out.
Guys, I can count.
What's another positively charged ion?
I don't know. Sodium?
Yes, it is sodium. And so if I were to transport these across their concentration gradient, it would be a blank, blank, blank. Look, what is this?
Sodium, potassium, reaction,
No.
transport, exchange.
It's pump. It's a sodium-potassium pump.
Sodium, potassium pump. Okay.
It's pumping them against their concentration gradients.
Mm-hmm.
And it uses ATP to do it.
Yes, that makes sense. Okay.
And so that is why your brain will not let itself starve ever.
Nice.
It takes up so much of your glucose and so much of your oxygen in order to keep that ATP production up.
Mm-hmm. Very nice. And so speaking of electron, I guess.
That's the electron transport
At the end
chain,
of the
baby
electron
girl.
transport chain and aerobic cellular respiration, the final acceptor of the electrons is, which will then. Oh, hang on.
Oh, this is straightforward. How do you know? How do you know when it changes?
How do I know when what changes?
The chapel
I can
one.
hear it.
Oh.
Okay. At the end of the...
I believe in you, honey.
Is it NADH? No, wait.
No. Remember we talked about
Aerobic.
it? NADH gives electrons. This is when it has the electron and it can give it to someone else. It's a transporter. This one brings electrons to the electron transport chain, but we're at the end, right?
Mm-hmm. So ATP?
No, ATP gets a phosphate. See, ADP to ATP gets a
Final acceptor of
phosphate.
the electrons. Is it just O2?
Yes, see? This is oxidized and water is, well, see, this is reduced. So NADH brings that H and, like, it just becomes reduced, is the big thing you need to know.
Okay, I see.
So if you add H2, it becomes reduced, and that means it's accepting those electrons from the hydrogen.
Okay.
Because see, O2, this is like the best way, I guess, to mathematically show you what's happening. O2 has an oxidation state of 0, because the rules of oxidation are a hydrogen equals 1, an oxygen equals -2, but this is like the rules you follow in order. And then the rest of them just need to match, right? So, this oxidation state is 0 because there's no hydrogens attached. It's neutral. When it becomes H2O, the hydrogen, this is +2, and then the oxygen is -2. So its oxidation state goes from 0 to 2. It's reduced. It's lowered, right? So, yeah, it's you can just tell if it's adding hydrogens or if it adds a bond to oxygen, it's oxidized. If you're adding hydrogens, it's reduced. Cause take like magnesium. So we have Mg here on its own. If it's in its little solid form, it's like 0. But if you add an oxygen to it, Mg is like +2 because. So we know oxygen is -2. We don't have to worry about hydrogens, so we can ignore that. Oxygen's always -2 unless there's something weird with the hydrogens. The magnesium balance to it. Magnesium is oxidized because the number goes up. See, oxygen is reduced, magnesium is increased. You know that? Does that make sense at all?
No. I mean, like, I get what you're saying, but,
See,
like, my brain is kind of fried by this point. I'm not taking anything you're saying in,
when I
just
go
to be
from
honest.
0 to 2, that number is reduced, right? It's
Babe,
reduced.
I can't follow. I'm sorry.
You're okay. Anyways, you got technically the right
I
answer.
know I did not. I guessed 2 things before I said the right answer, so I cannot in good faith give myself that point.
I was willing to, but if you don't
I mean,
want
that's very...
to,
It's not fair. It's not fair.
I'm trying to be a good wife here.
I do appreciate that, but it's not fair, and I want to make sure I'm fair. Geneticist allows a cell to replicate in the presence of radioactive nucleotides. Which of the following would occur? This is... I think this is just one of those things that you have to know, right? I don't think I know this one. I'm gonna say A.
I'm pretty sure that it's C because look, it's the semi-conservative model of DNA replication.
Okay.
So, the mom cell has 2 original copies. If you add the radioactive nucleotides, according to semi-conservative DNA replication, each cell is going to have 1/2 of that DNA whole, right?
Yeah.
Because DNA is double-stranded. That strand's going to break. New strands are going to be matched to those old strands, and then you're going to have 2 strands. One of them is half original, and one of them is half new. And then each daughter cell will get a half new, half original strand, right? I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Okay.
See, I drew it out for you.
It is C, so congratulations.
Semi-conservative model of
Okay.
replication.
How does DNA differ from RNA? No. I think it's this, right?
Yeah,
It's A?
that's why it's DNA versus RNA.
Yeah, exactly. I think the weird thing with this is that, like, this is just, like, the right thing but backwards, right?
Yeah.
And so is this?
Yeah.
Yeah. A human cell undergoes mitosis. Each of the resulting cells have... C?
I believe so.
Let's go. When a non-steroid peptide hormone binds to a receptor on the cell surface...
Oh, I've talked to you about this before. I don't think you remember it, though.
I don't think I do.
I don't think you remember it. Pick your guess.
I'm gonna say C.
You're correct!
Let's go.
The hormone receptor complex will sometimes go into this. This is more for a steroid hormone, it'll go in.
Okay. The attachment site for RNA polymerase on the DNA template is called the, A. I'm gonna go in promoter.
I believe it's promoter.
Nice. Consider a bacterial cell that performs anaerobic respiration. If that bacterial cell had access to 6 molecules of glucose, how many ATP would it be able to produce?
This is just a matter of, this is...
I'm saying C. I think it's 12.
Are we doing, I'm gonna say 12. Well, hang on. This is really hard because are we talking net or total?
I'm not sure.
I'm gonna go out on, okay, so if it were talking net, it's 12, well, even if total's not an answer, I guess, net, it's talking net and that's 12.
Yeah.
Because glycolysis produces net 2 ATPs. Gross it's 4, but the initial half of it takes a bit of investment. So we have 51. That's pretty comparable to how I do on a decent chunk of these.
Nice. And so I gotta say, you know, for someone who has taken no biology past like Bio 1 in college,
really good.
I think I did pretty good.
You did very solid.
I'm quite impressed with myself. I did better on this than I did Cars.
Mm-hmm.
There are fewer questions in Cars, but not by like a ton. Well, maybe that does make up for it. We'll do the math later.
There were 6 more questions on this.
But either way, I'm quite happy with myself in that one.
I'm happy with you just because you're doing it with me. It makes me happy.
Yeah, but I'm just happy with my score. So we are going to. I am not taking another one of these.
Will you at least let me go try and explain it with you?
Maybe. But we are taking a break now before our final section, the Psych-Soc section, and so we will be back momentarily. We finished like 26 minutes on the timer, so we did pretty good on that too. And that's even with your multiple minute long diversions to explain the concepts, right?
I will say that should show you how much easier this is than an actual MCAT because...
Hey, don't make me feel bad. I'm doing good, okay?
You're doing
and obviously I'm joking, but we will be right back with our last section, so
it took me an hour. Well, I guess I have about 20 minutes left on some of the sections.
Alright, we will return.
Bye,
See ya.
guys!
All right, and we are back for our grand finale section,
Hey
the
there.
psychology and sociology section.
Jadavian, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, no, you better follow along and
Wait, do
see
we know
how you
who's
do.
here?
No, I don't know who's here
Are
or
people
anything.
still here?
I hope so. I don't know. I can see how many people we've got in the stream. Three concurrent people. So there's 3 people in here.
Apparently it got all the way up to 5 at a point.
Huh?
4?
Yeah,
Oh, I don't. It was
seems
5.
like it. Cool.
So he joined and immediately left, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of real. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on this section. Oh, I need to reset the timer. Oopie daisy. Okay. Tyler's still here.
It's good that you're still here, Tyler.
Absolutely. Let's get started on the psychology and sociology section. Alfred is looking through a telescope with one eye closed, watching sailboats enter a harbor. He is able to tell that a 20-foot boat has entered before a 30-foot catamaran. Which of the following
Catamaran.
clues is Alfred not able to use to judge relative distance? Texture?
I'm pretty sure. I want to say retinal disparity.
There are passages in here. Okay.
I want to say retinal disparity, but I could be wrong.
I'm gonna say texture. Tough. Okay.
Texture, I do think, is one of the monocular cues.
Yeah, Jadavian is here and he is hyped.
Ah!
So yeah,
Hi,
Jadavian, you
guys.
gotta follow along, see how you do, and tell us what you did at the end, okay? Obviously, assuming that you're not doing something much more important, which you probably
You
are.
probably are with your writing.
Yeah. So okay,
Oh, you know the answer to this one.
with which theoretical paradigm is the German political philosopher Karl Marx most associated?
You know this one. You know the answer to this
Do
one.
I?
I talk about this all the time. It's one of my favorite
Is this
criminal
conflict
theories.
theory?
Correct!
Let's go. Okay. Okay. According to the bystander effect, which is most likely to be true in an emergency? Yeah, you can type it in chat, Jadavian, but it's, it takes a little bit to, like, catch up. Like, there's a sort of stream delay, I think. So if you want to just, like, put your score at the end or something, or comment on a specific question, just, like, maybe put the number in front of your answer if you want us to be able to react, I guess.
I hope
Okay.
you do so good. I bet you're gonna do great.
I'm sure he's gonna do well.
This one's easy.
Okay, which is most likely to be true in an emergency? I mean, greater the number of people, the slower the response. I think A.
Yeah.
Sick. Alright. Studies examining altruism have shown that which of the following is true? Let's see. I think Jadavian missed the last one. But I mean, you got like the first part. Solid, so that's fine. Okay. I'm gonna say for question 4, I think B.
I think, C, because if there's diffusion of responsibility, wouldn't she be more likely to help someone? I'm saying C.
Shoot, yeah, I think maybe I just don't know the definition of altruism.
Altruism is like when you help someone out. And also, you should have known this from before. Large communities, diffusion of responsibility.
That makes sense. Oopsie, okay.
B.F. Skinner! B.F. Skinner!
Alright.
B.F. Skinner!
It's passage time. Described by the psychologist B.F. Skinner, operant conditioning posits that learning can be understood by the interaction between reinforcers and stimuli. Studies from both comparative and human psychology have supported Skinner's initial findings and expanded upon them. The following figure shows a hypothetical example of various operant conditioning trials. During these trials, when a rat pressed a bar, as indicated by the hash mark on the graph, the behavior was reinforced by the presentation of a food pellet. The reinforcement schedule differs in each cell of the figure. Time is displayed on the x-axis and cumulative responses, bar presses, is displayed on the y-axis. Based on the figure and the concept of operant conditioning, which type of response leads to an increased cumulative response and is most likely to result in a more persistent conditioned response? I'm gonna say variable interval.
I'm pretty sure... Okay, from what I know, I think it's going to be... I think variable ratio because it's like gambling, but if I'm looking at the graph, it's fixed ratio, so I'm going A. Wait, Jadavian, what number are you on?
Yeah, put the number of the question you're trying to answer with your response, so we know what you're talking about. It was variable ratio.
Main.
All right, you got it. You got it over me. I'm doing worse in this than I thought I would be. Okay.
No, I put fixed ratio because
Oh, so you also got it wrong.
Yeah, I said because of the graph, so I didn't.
Sorry, my
right.
bad. Okay.
I'm being honest, guys.
Appreciate it. Okay. Okay. Question
P for
5.
Q5. So Jadavian got that one right. Good job.
Yeah, nice.
King behavior.
What would most likely happen if, after the bar press, reinforcement was delayed? A time lag occurred before presentation of the food pellet. I think it'd be C.
Yeah. Because there's less connection between the act and the reinforcement.
All right, not bad. Imagine that you were watching a rat complete one of the tasks in the figure above.
I'm watching a rat complete a task right now.
Not nice. The rat is pressing the bar at a very high rate and takes a short break from pressing the bar each time the food pellet is delivered. What type of reinforcement schedule are you most likely watching? Variable ratio, I think. B?
But look, it looks like there's more responses with fixed interval, because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 responses versus 1, 2, 3, 4. That could just be how the graph is going. I will say variable ratio because I think it's like gambling. Dang it! Dang it!
Tough. Sorry. Okay. Based on the ratio reinforcing graphs for both fixed and variable conditions, which of the following would you expect?
Ratio graphs,
What is extinction in this case?
You're gonna have to figure that one out.
Man.
I have my choice.
I'm gonna say it's A.
I think it's C because it's gonna, like, gambling addiction.
Yeah, okay. I could not understand that question, honestly.
The variable ratio, if you gamble, you don't have a guarantee that you're gonna get it when you press the button. But it kind of makes you want to press the button again, because, like, every gambler quits before his big win.
Right.
Every rat stops pressing the button right before it gets the food.
Which of the following is true about conditioning? In operant conditioning, the stimulus behavior always precedes the reinforcement or punishment. Operant conditioning can be used on animals, while classical conditioning cannot be used. Classical conditioning can explain all learning conditions, but operant conditioning is often used for simplicity. Or in classical conditioning, the reinforcement must never be paired with an unconditioned stat stimulus.
What was that?
I honestly don't really know much about this one.
Did you get distracted or something?
No. I'm good.
I have my answer.
I'm gonna say A.
I think it's A as well.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, passage 2. In psychology, research examining moral development has typically focused on age-related differences. One such approach is Lawrence Kohlberg's theory that individuals progress through 3 levels of morality: pre-conventional, conventional, and post-conventional. Kohlberg identified these levels based on participants' reactions to stories that present moral dilemmas. For example, participants were asked to respond to a story in which a poor man named Heinz steals a drug for his wife who would die without the drug. The following figure depicts the moral reasoning levels that Kohlberg found within each age group on his scale. In each graph, the proportion of responders who tested who showed the indicated level of moral reasoning is shown on the y-axis, and the age of the responders is shown on the x-axis.
Moral reasoning levels. Yeah, okay, I would expect most of them before the age of 7 to not be that, at the post-conventional level.
If the data pattern studied out at 17 years old, which level would be demonstrated by the greatest proportion of responders?
I have my answer.
Conventional?
Yeah.
Yippee.
Again, half of these questions are can you read a graph?
Yeah.
That's like not just this is the AAMC also.
Yeah. Based on the data shown, when does conventional morality develop? Between the ages of 7 and 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Definitely not before 7.
Yeah, okay. Which of the following is true about Kohlberg's theory of moral development? B?
Yeah.
Sick. According to Kohlberg's theory, which of the following is a characteristic of stage 3 morality? I think B.
It's D.
Oh.
Pretty sure anyway.
It didn't explain what any of them were, so
Well,
I've
again,
never
you're
heard of
supposed
this
to know
before.
Kohlberg's theory of morality.
Yeah, and I
That's one of the
don't.
things you need to know off the top of your head
So,
for the test.
B, day E. Okay, James is a manager at a store. He sees a coworker temporarily abandon the checkout desk in order to help an elderly customer to her car. This act is a violation of company policy. James reports the coworker to corporate management for discipline. James is most likely in which stage of moral development? I think this is conventional.
I'm trying to think. I know post-conventional, it's either conventional or pre-conventional. I'm gonna say conventional.
Sick. Both got it right. Okay, passage 3.
Ah! Is this light? Is this the...
Seems like it, yeah.
Optics? I know the optical system,
Very
sort
nice.
of.
Researchers studying vision use various methods to investigate human perceptual experience. Research on spectral sensitivity of the rod receptors scattered throughout the retina and cone visual receptors, mainly concentrated in the fovea area of the retina, highlights the relationship between perception and physiology. Signal detection methods have been used to measure differences in how perception adjusts to low-light environments. Participant responses can be plotted based on sensitivity versus length of time in the dark. The dark adaptation curve can be plotted showing how rods and cones differ in their sensitivity to light over time. The following graph shows a plot of 3 calculated dark adaptation curves. The dark adaptation curve can be plotted by asking participants to fixate on a specific point and then using signal detection methods with a test light. What is the most likely way that researchers would be able to isolate the responses of each receptor type based on the physiology of the eye?
Wait, hang on. I was not paying attention. Dark adaptation plotted by asking
think it's
fixate on a
A.
specific point. Give me a moment.
She didn't listen. She
What?
didn't listen, fellas.
Didn't listen to what?
Me.
Um,
I'm just making fun, don't worry. I'm not worried about it.
I guess if they're trying to isolate receptor types, they're saying focal point, not fovea, so I'm gonna say A as well.
Whoa.
What? That's BS, because there's cones concentrated. See, I was thinking that white lights are...
Yeah, white light do the rod and color light do the cone, right?
Yeah, rods are light and dark, cone
But I guess they're
is
both kind of
colors.
like you need both to detect colored light, right? I think something like that.
Sort of,
I think.
but the thing is,
So
I
it's like
guess
the
it's
rods are like the
still
intensity,
light.
and then the cones are the
But the
colors.
focal point is... focal point is not, like... It's more... Well, I guess it's the focal point. But it's like the fovea. I can see where their head was at on this one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. Signal detection methods are used to plot the dark adaptation curve. Based on these methods, what would be the threshold used for correctly detecting the presence of the test light? I'm just gonna say 50%.
I believe it is 50%.
Yeah. All right. Based on the dark adaptation curves, which of the following statements is true? Rods are more sensitive than cones. Okay, I don't need to read the answer choices.
This one's pretty straightforward.
I know, I'm just trying to read it. It's not 5 minutes. Or wait. Yeah, it's not 5 minutes. That's not true. Rod cone break? No. It's D, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I had to actually read the graph that time, so. Which of the following statements is true? Rods are responsible for color vision. That's not true. Cones are. Rods are not responsible for vision. Wait, no, it's not A. I'm saying B. I don't know.
I don't think rods of spawn prefer unusually to wavelengths, so just because like colors are not detectable in low light conditions. Because they like kind of they're still about as sensitive as they always are, the cones. So I think it's C.
Man, yeah, okay. Fair enough, okay. Based on the research described above and the physiology of the eye, what is the most likely explanation for increased rod activity after the rod cone break? I'm gonna say B.
I think it's C because they're adapting.
Oh.
Yeah, D.
I thought you said C.
Sorry, I meant D because they don't pick up
Alright,
each in
I'll
the dark.
trust you.
No, I swear. I was just looking at C, I promise. But like...
Okay, I trust you, I trust you. Okay, passage 4. Research has examined how the presence of others affects how humans behave in different social contexts. This research has examined performance for different types of tasks and has also evaluated how group size affects performance. The following hypothetical data represents the amount of time an individual devotes to solving a long series of mathematical word problems before selecting an answer, regardless of accuracy of that answer. In this example, effort is measured by the amount of time spent working to solve a multi-step word problem, either using algebra or calculus. The time spent by the individual was measured for each type of task when performed alone and when performed in a group. In the graph, the number of minutes spent by the individual is shown on the y-axis and the math category shown on the x-axis. This is weird. That's a weird data set.
Not really. How so?
It was like, why do we spend longer doing algebra in a group but less time doing calculus in a group?
Well, this isn't probably like actual scientific data.
Okay, that's a fair point. I just assumed it was true. Okay. That's not true.
I think I have my answer.
Okay, I have it too.
D.
D. Based on the research examining group performance, which of the following best explains why the individual spent less effort on solving calculus word problems when working as part of a group? I'm gonna say social facilitation.
Probably social loafing, I think is what it is.
Okay.
I mean, it could be facilitation though, making okay, it was loafing.
And I thought like
People
because
put
they
in
did
less
it faster.
Yeah, but this is like individual time spent. So the facilitate.
Oh, I see.
They it's like the social loafing is you put in less effort if there's a bunch of other people also working on it.
Okay, I see. Based on research examining group performance, which of the following terms best explains why the individual spent more effort on solving algebra word problems than working as part of a group? So that would be social facilitation.
I think so.
Sick. Okay. What would you expect to be the most likely result if the complexity of the calculus problems increased? I'm gonna say B.
wrong. I think it's A, because they'd have to work harder together. I think that social loafing is reduced if you increase the difficulty.
I see.
I think so anyway.
Boom.
What?
Yeah, because like this is what happens whenever you get like a really hard problem in a group, is that like everyone's just like they sort of clock out.
No,
you know?
Usually increasing difficulty is a strategy to decrease social.
All right, she's fact checking.
I'm double checking.
I will pause the timer.
I thought I read that though in my studying. Social loafing. I'll search MCAT because it'll be. Social loafing can be reduced by making the task more challenging, separating the performance of the individuals in the group or making each individual's thing. So by making it more challenging,
that the answer is just wrong.
So by making it more challenging, would it not does that not count as making it more challenging? Increasing the complexity. Is that not making it more challenging? This is from Jack Weston.
Okay, then sure, we can just assume that their answer is wrong.
I will let you have the point though, because it technically was the right
Okay.
answer. The right answer according to this.
Okay. Based on research examining social loafing, which of the following is true? The effort expended is... I don't need to read all these. Okay. A, right?
Yeah, in my opinion.
Sick. Okay. Passage 5. Understanding the various causes of psychological disorders is a central focus of research in psychology. Further, clinical physiologists must consider factors that influence the incidence rate and characteristics of clinical populations that they treat. The following graphs depict data from a study by L.R. Snowden and F.K. Chung,
I think it might be Chung.
who examined demographic differences in the incidence rate of schizophrenia. The first figure shows the percentage rates for schizophrenia diagnosis among individuals admitted for psychiatric care who classified themselves as African American, white, Hispanic American, or Asian American, and other.
Interesting.
The following graph shows the percentage rates for mood disorder diagnoses among individuals admitted for psychiatric care by the same ethnicity classifications. Based on this research, members of which ethnicity are more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia, and members of which ethnicity are more likely to be diagnosed with mood disorders, respectively.
I have my answer.
It's C, right?
Yeah.
Based on the data, which possible conclusion can be ruled out completely? A?
Yeah.
Whoa. That doesn't make sense.
I mean, it does make sense that they don't see any.
Oh, it can be ruled out.
Rates. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense, actually. Okay. What would be the best logical follow-up study to further examine the differences in diagnosis of mental health orders by ethnicity? I think it's A, right?
I think so, I guess.
Yeah, because, obviously that's, the thing. Okay. Based on psychological research investigating the causes of schizophrenia, which of the following is not true? I'm gonna say D.
Yeah.
Cool. The vulnerability stress, aka diathesis stress model of schizophrenia is best exemplified by which of the following? Say A?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, passage 6. Psychologists have examined how love develops over time. Their research has typically attempted to divide love into different facets whose interrelationships change over time. One such model of love developed by Robert Sternberg is shown in the following diagram and graph. Sternberg's model has 3 components: commitment, intimacy, and passion, in which combination result in multiple types of love. Based on the graph, which of the following is true? It's B, right? Or no, wait, no.
I
C.
mean... Oh, wait, based on the graph, which of the following? Initially increases slowly, then it rapidly increases.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Yeah.
on C. Sick. According to Sternberg's view of love, which of the following is true? Passion is a
Let's see.
I'm gonna say C.
I think so, because commitment builds and lasts.
Yes. Which facet of love is characterized by intense emotions and includes tender sexual feelings? Intimacy? Obviously.
I am.
Or wait, no wait. Let me
I
check
say
this.
romantic love.
Gotta check this thing. Yeah, romantic love. Yeah. I forgot that there was a whole other diagram. Which of the following statements about the types of love is most likely true? Fatuous love and liking. They cannot coexist, I don't think. Oh, this is a crazy statement.
Okay, hun, do you like me or are you passionate about me?
Both?
No, you have to pick one.
Both.
No, you have to pick one. Assuming this is true, you had to pick
No,
one. Which would
I
you
don't
pick?
have to pick one.
No,
That's not
but
how it
what
works.
would you pick?
I'm not picking
I'm
because I
making you
don't
pick
have to
one.
pick. No. I reject the notion.
This is a hypothesis. This is like a hypothetical situation. So if we had to assume that this was true.
And I'm hypothetically leaving the room.
No! You can't cop out now.
I think I would say, like,
I would say-
more than anything, I just really like being around you.
I like being around
Obviously,
you too.
I'm passionate about you.
Intimacy and commitment, I think, is more like it's really good. It's companion. You're just my little life partner. You're
Yeah,
my buddy.
yeah, exactly. And obviously, I'm very passionate about you also. But I think, like, I'm passionate about you in part because I like you so much.
Exactly. It's like a feed-forward loop. Like, the more I
Exactly.
like you, the more passionate I am about you. And the
Mhm.
more passionate I am about you, the more I like you.
Yes,
You're just
precisely.
such a fun person to be around. You do this little
And
MCAT
so,
thing with me.
I
I love you.
love you too.
I think companionate love increases over time in long-term relationships because we see like commitment increases and intimacy increases. Passion kind of levels out.
Yeah, I think D is the most backed up. Yeah. Okay. Dana has been dating Mark off and on for the past 2 years. She enjoys the time she spends with him, but she considers him rather shallow. She still dates other people, but has strong sexual feelings toward Mark. Dana is most likely experiencing which type of love?
This has got to be infatuation because this does not seem
Yeah.
like she feels.
I think
I'm
infatuation.
glad romantic love wasn't an option because like she doesn't. I don't think she likes him, but she could in theory.
Okay, so moving on to passage 7.
Ooh.
Student performance on tests, oh, this is relevant, has been investigated by sociologists as an indicator of how social structures influence learning. The following graph represents student performance by state on a standardized mathematics test called the Trends in International Mathematics and Science Study, TIMSS. The average TIMSS score and standard error were calculated and are displayed in the graph below. Average scores for each state are displayed individually, and the nationwide US average is also shown as a separate data point. Benchmark target scores are also represented in the graph.
Texas ain't doing that bad.
Where's Texas?
You didn't look for that immediately? Oh wait, you
No, I
had to
didn't
read.
find it.
Texas is
Okay,
here.
so we're about in the middle.
Above US.
Yeah, above the US average. Is that Alaska in the very end, or is that Alabama?
I think that's Alabama. Alaska is.
It's probably Alabama.
Or wait, it might.
NMS is probably Mississippi.
I think
Interesting
AK is Alaska, AR is Arkansas. No, AR might be
Well, I'm
Arizona.
looking at AL,
No, AZ is Arizona, AR is Arkansas, AK is Alaska.
and then
AL
AL
is
is Alabama.
about Alabama. Yep.
So Alabama's doing
Mississippi's
pretty
down there.
rough.
DC, I'm surprised is as rough as it is.
Yeah, that's really surprising.
California too. Oh, I need to remember these might be. No, this could be like legit. This has like this is just a whole graph. that
Yeah,
has
this
numbers
is
on
an
it.
actual source from the U.S. Department of Education. Wow. Massachusetts is doing crazy numbers.
Crazy numbers.
Respect. Okay. So, with all of that said, which of the following statements is true about the data shown in the graph?
Majority I think look to be above, not out of.
Yeah? Yep. Using the data in the graph, a sociologist is investigating how low-scoring states are attempting to improve their performance by incorporating historically low-performing groups into local programs and services. This approach is most closely related to which theoretical concept? Human theory, I guess?
I'm gonna guess symbolic interactionism.
Oh, it's conflict theory. Interesting.
Interesting. That is interesting.
No points for either of us. Okay. Which of the following best indicates one way a functionalist would interpret the data in the graph? I don't know what functionalism is.
Yes.
I'm gonna guess it's like, A. I'm gonna guess they'd say A.
I think it's A as well. I'm not
That seems,
super
that
familiar
seems
on
very... Oh.
reinforcing the status quo between various state populations. I can see that.
Sure. In terms of the overall economy, teaching in the state school system is considered to be part of which level of production? I'm gonna say tertiary.
I have no clue. I'm saying tertiary too, though.
And so with that said, let's check. Yeah, let's go. Okay. Boom. Jimis. Yeah, Jimis. Okay.
Jimis, a sociologist.
Jimis, a sociologist who works at a public policy center in a state where Tim's scores are well above the national average. Oh, Jim is.
I know, but Jimis.
No, I genuinely thought it said Jimis.
Me too. Well, for a second, but then I realized it, and when I said Jimis, a sociologist, I knew that...
It took me until the end of that sentence when I realized that was not like a phrase that had a comma after it, and rather a phrase that ended with a period. Okay.
Crazy word.
His group is concerned with maintaining the state's lead in educational ranking in order to fend off competition from other states for high-skilled jobs. His policy center creates several initiatives to ensure that the state schools keep their high rank and reputation for quality. Jim is most likely from which theoretical background?
I have my answer.
I'm gonna say conflict theory.
I believe it's conflict theory.
Oh,
What?
tough.
What? I would love it if they had explanations for
I know,
these.
I'm sorry.
I'm really curious about that one because conflict theory is all about maintaining status quo and average.
I'm not sure.
I need to double check functionalism though.
Okay. Passage 8. Studies collecting data on age distribution within populations have a long history in sociological research. The accompanying figure depicts the age distribution for males and females in Japan. The three-graph pyramids show historical data for 1960 and 2010 and projections for 2060 based on current low birth rates. Each graph is separated into young, adult, and elderly populations. Which conclusion can be drawn from the data in the figure? D.
Yeah.
Yeah. What might be a result of introducing a new transitional youth category to data projections for the years following 2010? B.
Yeah. There's just less young people.
Yeah. If immigration were increased over time to compensate for the low birth rate, which of the following would most likely occur?
I think this was
A?
pretty straightforward. Yeah, A.
Yeah? Like,
You
the
bring
thing
more
the thing
people
that you
in.
do? Like, okay, if current age distribution trends continue in Japan... Oh, I forgot to start the timer going back again after you checked something a little while ago. Shoot. Okay, timer no longer accurate. Oopsie daisy. Okay. If the current age distribution trends continue in Japan, which of the following is likely in regard to the role of the elderly in society? A. Or not A, B. B. I meant to say
Yeah.
B. Fully
I
meant
was
to
gonna
say
say,
B.
what do you mean?
Sorry, I meant to say B.
Less likely.
Okay.
They're getting old.
Yep, B. If immigration were increased over time to compensate for the low birth rate, and if the immigrants became socially and culturally integrated into the native population, which of the following would be true? A?
I think so, yeah.
Ooh. I guess
I
that
don't
makes
know.
sense. I kind of see it. Because, like, if they become part of the population, the ethnicity, I guess whatever that definition is probably just, like, something that wouldn't be changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Passage 9. There are multiple reasons for racial and ethnic mental health treatment disparities in the United States. These differences have implications for mental health care. The following bar graph illustrates some of these disparities. Okay. Which of the following is true based on the bar graph?
I think I have my answer.
I think it's B, right?
Yeah.
This really is just being able to read graphs.
A lot of the questions are just, can you read graphs? Now, sometimes they're a little more complex, but...
George, an African American, was
George.
raised in surroundings of the lowest socioeconomic status. By working very hard in school, he earned an associate's degree in accounting. He began to take cocaine to keep up with his studies, and just before graduation began using heroin as well. He now experiences withdrawal without the drug and spends most of his time and efforts to obtain the drug. His student loans are coming due, but he has not been able to find a job because of his addiction. Based on the graph, what is the best explanation for why George is likely to continue to have an addiction problem and remain in the lower SES?
Maybe culture of poverty theory?
Yeah.
Because the issue is that he's having a hard time moving socially.
Yeah, I'm gonna say A.
Culture of poverty.
Ooh, social reinforcement. Okay. Lack of what form of capital is the likely primary barrier preventing George from seeking treatment and achieving social mobility? Probably financial capital.
That's what I'm thinking.
I mean, rent's coming due, right? Yeah. In addition to finances, what other barriers may prevent George from seeking treatment? B.
C.
Yeah, probably C. Probably both. B is the easiest one to say, though. Yeah. Okay. Based on the bar graph, the individuals in which group are least likely to receive treatment once they have received a mental health diagnosis? Black individuals.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Passage 10. We're almost at the end. We're in, like, the final stretch right now.
I know.
We're doing really good. And we've only been streaming for, like, 5 hours.
We're killing it.
We are. Okay. High levels of sustained stress have been studied by a number of researchers. Psychological stress can create escalations in the HPA axis.
What is the HPA axis? Come on, tell me. What do you think they stand for? HPA. Each one is like, it's an acronym. Each one is a different thing. Each one is a different part of the body. Come on. What are some things in the endocrine system? Like some endocrine...
Hormone?
No, it's something that releases hormones. What's something involved in hormone release begins with H?
I don't
It's in
know.
your brain.
Homeostasis?
No, it's in your brain. Homeostasis doesn't release...
Hippocampus.
No, you're close
Oh, come on.
geographically.
I don't know.
It is involved in maintaining homeostasis. Well, think
I
about P.
genuinely
What is the
don't
P?
know.
It's a gland. P is a gland in your
Pituitary.
brain. Correct. Now the other one sits literally right above it. Literally right above it in the brain.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Hypothalamus. And then what is A? It's your kidneys. It's at your kidneys.
Oh, man. I don't know.
A hormone it released has a name related to this.
That's not going to help me.
Think of like stress. Again, psychological stress. What does the body release during stress?
I don't know.
Stress puts you in like a fight or flight state. What's
Adrenaline.
Correct. So what is this?
Adrenaline.
Adrenal gland.
Adrenal. Okay, got it. Okay, an important theory describing the psychophysiological effort. Psychophysiological is one of my new least favorite words.
What? You don't like psychophysiological?
Because it looks like they just put the same thing at the front of it twice.
No, you can just glance at. Maybe you're just not used to reading.
I'm
it as
not.
I am.
Effects of stress was developed by the Austrian
Yeah.
Canadian endocrinologist Hans
Sale.
Sale. This theory posits a general adaptation syndrome, GAS, characterized by 3 stages: alarm reaction, resistance, and exhaustion. Seale's model is shown in the following figure. The 3 phases are shown in order from left to right, with stress plotted on the y-axis from low to high. Okay. Based on SEAL's general adaptation syndrome and your knowledge of stress physiology, which of the following is experienced during the alarm reaction stage?
I have my answer.
I'm thinking. You say A?
Yeah. Again, fight or flight.
Yeah.
Your body releases glucose, and it's like essentially ready to like do something.
Mm-hmm. A person who is going through a divorce constantly complains about feeling tired, avoids family members who disapprove of the divorce, spends time with supportive friends, and engages in meditation in an effort to control feelings of irritation and anger. Which phase of gas is the person most likely in, and how long might this condition last? I'm gonna say counter shock.
I feel like, maybe resistance.
Okay. So I say B, you say D. It is D, of course. Naturally. Okay. Which of the following statements is true based on gas theory? I mean, D, probably?
I think it's B.
Man, tough. Okay. Fair enough, though. Fair ball. An interpretation of the gas theory posits that stressful life events occurring in combination can damage physical health. Extrapolating from the graph and integrating your knowledge of stress physiology, how would multiple simultaneous stressful events impact an individual?
I have my answer.
B?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one to make a sense. Okay. Jeremy was driving on a dark road at night when a deer suddenly ran out of the brush and narrowly missed his car. Jeremy realized that there were likely more deer along the road. With his heart pounding, he turned off the road and continued to a lighted expressway with high fences. According to SEAL's general adaptation syndrome theory, Jeremy was likely experiencing which of the following? I'm gonna say an alarm reaction.
Yeah, I think so. He was stressed.
Oh.
I guess it was resistant because he didn't want to, like, keep being stressed about it.
That also makes sense. Alright, passage 11. Probably our final passage, yeah.
Yay!
Okay, we've come so far. Researchers have long studied human memory. In a classic series of studies, the German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus investigated the storage and recall of information in memory. Based on his findings, he developed the so-called forgetting curve, a way of illustrating the rate at which people forget the information that they have learned. The forgetting curve has been studied in a variety of different environments and for a variety of different stimuli. On day 1 of the memory research study, participants were asked to learn a list of terms. Researchers then tracked the proportion of the list that the participants remembered as time passed. On day 2, some participants were asked to relearn the list. Again, the proportion remembered was tracked over time. On day 3, some participants were asked to relearn the list a second time, and the proportion they remembered was tracked over time, and on day 4, same stuff. The data from this study produced the following set of forgetting curves. Each line represents the memory of the learned or relearned list. The proportion of the list remembered is shown on the y-axis, and the time interval for forgetting is shown on the x-axis. Based on the graph, which of the following statements best characterizes forgetting? Say C. It's either C or B, though.
Yeah, I think it's C.
Yeah, there we go. The relearning periods shown in the graph indicate what about each relearning episode? Say
My
D.
answer, yeah.
Yeah. Which of the following statements is false based on the data shown in the graph? And this isn't like explicitly stated. Like, would a fifth one do better?
I mean,
I think it's gotta be C. Or wait. No, it's D. It's D. It's
Because
D.
relearning.
Yeah. That makes sense because, like, obviously, this even just the second time it helps a ton, right? Suppose that one summer you take a training course on the maintenance and service of a certain piece of complex machinery. At the end of the course, you take a qualifying test. If you retake the test every summer for the next few years, based on the graph, how do you expect to perform on the test?
I think,
I think A, I guess?
yeah.
Yeah. Alright, and the final question
Of this
of our
MCAT.
full-length MCAT. Suppose that you have been asked to remember a series of passwords for online sites. You are not permitted to write them down, but can study a list of the passwords once a week for several months. Each week you are asked to enter the passwords with no errors prior to studying the list. Based on the graph, how do you expect to perform each week?
The Department of Password Efficiency. Oh, Jadavian, you're doing really good.
Solid 39?
King
Nice.
behavior. King behavior.
Nice.
No errors, based on the graph,
I think D.
yeah. You'd be able to just know more.
Yep, okay. And so that concludes this section with
Is that the best section I did?
me
or-
getting a 41 and you getting a 49.
No,
you did
biochem
it-
was better.
Yes, you did better on the biochem. So, I'm gonna need to find a score calculator real quick, so let's see if I can find one of those.
I did better on that one than I did my my first MCAT that I took a while back. So.
Alright, It's Life by Maggie is going to be handling our scores. So, I'll do mine first, that way you can see just how much better she did. I absolutely tanked on this first section. Did pretty good here. Cade did a solid question mark out of 59. Jadavian ended up with a 45, which is pretty good.
It's so solid. You clapped. Michael.
Biochem is 51. And then this one was
Wait,
41.
Are you doing yours first?
Oh, wait, no, shoot, I can't read. I got 44 on that one. Sorry, I put in Reagan's score. Oopsie. Okay. So I got a 500 on the MCAT, which is
That's
only a 46th percentile score.
Yeah, it's pretty average. I mean, that's just 5 points lower than the score that I need to for JAM.
Yes, but for a person
Who's
with a
never taken
with a computer science degree and who's never seen an MCAT before, I think I am quite proud of my performance.
I'm also proud of you.
And so yeah, no, that's pretty solid. I mean, I tanked Chem Phys. If I would have done like
If you did better.
decent in Chem Phys, I could have easily been like, you know, at least 60th percentile, right?
Yeah, an 8-point jump is crazy.
So let's put in Reagan scores now. I'd like to point out that this was, again, just sort of a scuffed MCAT. The ones that she's been taking and, like, getting her scores on.
51 biochem.
Oh, she's so particular. Okay. 49. MCAT score at 510, 78th percentile. Again, this is...
That's the worst I've done in a hot minute,
But this is not an official exam, and it seems pretty clear to her, at least, that there are questions on this one that wouldn't have shown up on a real one. So, maybe this isn't the best indicator of her overall performance or anything, but I think it was still a fun exercise, and I
it
appreciate
was a
you
very
guys
fun
for
exercise.
tagging along for the ride.
If you are studying for the MCAT, I would recommend prioritizing the AAMC resources above, like, any third party, because that's just, like, the test makers will give you the best resources to help take the test. This isn't a bad one, though. It's got a lot of questions, and not all of the questions were, like, rough. The main downside is that there were no explanations for the problem, so if you can find a resource that has explanations, I think that's most helpful, because then you know not just what you got wrong, but why you got it wrong. That'll make the biggest difference in helping increase your score and just kind of cementing, like, knowledge gaps. But all in all, this was a very, very fun exercise, and it was pretty good for studying. I got to really go crazy on those thin lens equations. And that was a big weak point for me from, like, the past few weeks in, like, my just final amounts of studying.
And so, just real quick, you can continue talking. I'm going to calculate just what these scores would be percentage-wise in, like, a traditional grading scheme. Just for funsies, right? So you can keep talking about your reflection if you'd like.
But yeah, so MCATs are fun little tests. You have to know a lot for them. They don't necessarily define how good of a doctor you're going to be, but I think the main reason that they are given is to make sure that people aren't just getting, like, handed A's from their college and having boosted GPAs. It's a standardized test, so you can kind of make up for differences in curriculum rigor between universities, and you have to sit down and be able to take boards. There are 3 steps in your USMLE board exams to become a doctor, and you take those during med school and and one of them during residency. And so being able to have test-taking skills does matter. You also have to take exams when you are specializing in getting that little, I guess, whenever you're specializing, you have to take an exam to affiliate with that specialty, and then if you do a fellowship, you have to take another exam. So exam skills are helpful. Standardized testing definitely leaves a lot of gaps. Like the CAR section for ESL students is incredibly difficult. People who are learning, like, English, who are, like, from a foreign country who want to come to med school in the United States, it's very difficult. But it's one of my favorite sections. I don't know, what were your guys' favorite sections? What did you guys have the most fun with?
I'm putting our total scores on the thing at the top as well. And also, I've calculated what our percent grades would be in sort of a traditional scoring system, and so I would have gotten a 64% on this exam, which, not good, but is passing by college standards, technically.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty happy with myself. And then she, of course, knocks it out of the park with a solid 81% on that, with a little bit of change, right?
It's a B-. It's a B-.
It's a B-, but this is a test where you're not expected to get an A+ remotely. Even like, if you get, like, one of the highest scores on the test, you're not going to get all of them right. There's no world where that happens, and especially with this question, this question set being a bit scuffed, like, we found an instance of a problem that we at least think was incorrect, right? So...
At least the information is contradictory to what my test prep has, like, told me.
Right.
But I'm not sure how... I've not looked at the official AAMC website to see what their definitive stance is, so I'm not going to say it's inaccurate.
But I'm sure some of this she'll be going back over at a later date as well, just to be able to, you know, do that for herself.
I'm glad you liked Psych Soc, Jadavian. I knew you would go crazy on it.
Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, at the end of the day, I think we're wrapped up here. Do you have any final notes that you wanna tell the people?
I don't know. Ultimately, like, if you are planning on studying for the MCAT, I would recommend going through Anki as soon as possible, just at least for physics and chem. My biggest hurdle is having to reteach myself a bunch of stuff that I learned 2 years ago.
Makes sense.
And so that's, like, setting me back. You don't get a formula sheet generally, and you don't get calculators. Sometimes they'll include the formulas if they're feeling especially nice.
But that's a per question basis and not an exam-wide thing.
It definitely is. Like, sometimes the discrete questions, which are the ones that don't have the passage with them, will ask you a question that's just straight formula regurgitation, and it's one of those things where either you know it or you don't. It's not like some of the passages you can kind of get by on the information. Some questions are entirely dependent on the passage. Like, it's, can you read a graph? Oh, an interesting thing is they didn't ask us, I don't think, about research study design, like a longitudinal versus cross-sectional study. They love doing that.
Okay, so we're missing a couple of things here.
And did they ask us they didn't ask us a single amino acid question? I'm pissed. I am so mad. I'm able to cheese at least a few points on the chem phys section because they'll just ask a question that's an amino acid question, which is technically biochem, but biochem very close to chem.
They're all kind of the same thing at the end of the day.
They interrelate. One time I got asked a physics question on the biochem section though, and I was not happy about that.
Yeah.
It's like, if you guys want to bleed into the chem phys thing, that's fine, but don't you come in here into my biochem safe space.
Yeah, based on her score, she's definitely much more comfortable with bio than chem and phys.
absolutely. Was that my weakest one on here?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, by a long shot.
Yeah.
I actually don't do that. Well, it's generally my weakest section. Psych Soc used to be my weakest one, but that's because it was at the end. My course structured the content by cars first, because generally people have the biggest trouble with that. That's consistently my best section. Normally I get, historically I've only missed like 5 or fewer questions on that section out of 53. This one I did not do so hot on. I missed like 8.
Mm-hmm. But again, the questions are
not too bad.
So.
Cars, they had us start first, then Chem Phys, then Biochem. Biochem is also easier because I just took Biochem last semester.
Mm-hmm.
So we did glycolysis, we did metabolism, we did some amino acid stuff, and I'd already started doing my stupid little amino acid quiz since that semester because I knew it was going to be such an issue.
Right.
Apparently not for this one, but yeah. So Biochem I'm most familiar with. Psych Soc is good because I've had a lot. I took Cog Psych last semester, and I'm doing adult psychopathology this semester, so it helps. There's still some stuff I have to learn, like developmental psych was high school, gen psych was high school. Not my strongest area, but criminology helps out too. Normally it does with conflict theory. I don't know why I bombed so many of those this time, but
it might also just be the questions again. But I think with all of that said, thank you all for watching. We're probably gonna go maybe eat dinner or something.
I'm gonna study more for this.
I'm hungry, and I gotta go to work tomorrow. So
yes, you should. We'll definitely.
We'll sort all this out for sure.
We'll eat and we'll hang out. I'm gonna definitely study a little bit more because I have less than a week at this point. It's getting down to the wire, and clearly, I need to go over female hormone cycles and pulley systems.
Yes, and we're not.
Thank you for the good luck wishes. I'm hoping I do well. I'm glad that I need to get I think a 502 on it to be able to get guaranteed admission to a med school in Texas. Obviously that's not the goal score because I still want to be a competitive applicant, and that's like the 50th percentile. But it's good to know that as long as I like
there's pretty much no world where you don't get into a med school.
Yeah, absolutely not. I don't think I will get anywhere close to a 502. My goal score is a 515. That's in the 91st percentile.
And I just want to be clear about the fact that, like, on her official AAMC practice test, she's never scored below
a
515.
I have gotten a 515, 516, 518, 522, and a 520 in that order.
Yes.
So. And those are pretty recent. So.
She's doing very well. So that's great. And this was more just an exercise, I guess, to, you know, honestly kind of have fun with it and
show you guys,
give her a chance to maybe explain some of the stuff and just kind of make it a bit, I guess.
Show y'all what it's like, because it's pretty fun. Thank you guys for doing this. I know it's probably pretty boring.
Well, the bit though is that it's boring, right? That's the reason it's funny, in my opinion at least. But we're not going to be recording anything, obviously, for the next week because
unfortunately
she's going to be studying hardcore.
I'm
but
usually
I've got
on campus till very late.
Yes, I've got another lost episode of the Knuckles Chaotix playthrough that'll be going up this Friday, and then hopefully we'll be getting back to regularly scheduled programming that next Friday. We'll see how it goes though. Obviously we're just playing it by ear. But I think that's all I've got.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah, if you guys know anyone who's thinking of taking the MCAT at any point, I would be more than happy to chat with them about stuff that's worked for me and stuff that hasn't. It's definitely a beast of an exam, and I got a lot of help along the way. So, spread the word.
So,
thank you guys for watching.
I will
let you go.
Catch you guys later.
Thank you. Definitely do thank your mom for her mitochondrial DNA, and also for providing like the cytoplasm and like all of the stuff that was needed to help the cell grow. Because again, your dad just kind of contributed the DNA.
Yeah.
Your mom did like everything else, and she grew you, and she gave you antibodies. There's some antibodies like IgA, I want to believe, are transmitted through breast milk, and I want to say there's another one that's transmitted through the placenta. I want to say it's IgG, but I could be wrong about that. But I know that there are some transmitted through the placenta that you get from your mom, so you're born with some antibodies that come from your mom. That's like, your first little immune system comes from your mom, so that's really neat.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think that's everything. So we're gonna end here, I think. So again, catch you guys all next time. Thank you for watching.
Catch y'all later, bye!